Mike Dolson,
I'm here.
Tom McDonald, Jamie Pluff, Greg DeMontier, Carol Langford, Danielle Matt,
Here.
Bing Matt, James Steele Jr.,
Good morning.
Martin Charlo, Len Two Teeth,
We've been through everybody, have we? Greg, will you give us a prayer this morning, please? Thank you, Greg. We have minutes from March 24th. Any corrections to the minutes? Motion by Len to approve the March 24th minutes with correction. Second by Danielle. All in favor? We are unanimous. We have an agenda for today. Any additions to the agenda? And we have 3 walk-ins, and I have a couple housekeeping things. There isn't anything else? Okay. Say that again.
It's not present.
Oh, okay. Well, I need a motion. Motion by Bing, second by Danielle to approve the agenda with additions. All in favor? We are unanimous. Well, we'll proceed to our walk-ins. I think we'll have Mary Rose come up first. You don't need executive, do you, Mary Rose?
That's quick, Specia. I'm before you today to let you know that I was approved to be on a steering committee for the Tribal Waste Response Committee with the tribes, the national tribes, through this place called ITEP. And on their behalf, I need a letter signed by you, the chairman, for giving me permission to be on that committee.
Well, that's cool. Any objection? Going forward with the letter? Good. We will. Yeah. Job.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm I appreciate it.
Yeah, go ahead, Carol.
Mary Rose, what was I'll wait till she gets done. Vacant hands. Thank you. I appreciate it. Question was, what's the status of the bathhouse the last time you got completed with? Yeah. Okay, so all of the cleanup is completely done. Is there a documentation that states that? Okay. Oh, okay, you probably did. I'm sorry, I just didn't see it. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I was gonna, okay, could you? Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I know we talked about this money coming down through the water compact for bathhouse, so I would like to see us start to proceed on planning so we can get shovel ready when the money is available. Yeah. Thank you. I'll probably have to ask you that again because it'll take 10 years to get this thing going. I know, right? Everybody wants it now, but yeah, let's get moving. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, because Jamie and Greg didn't get it. I don't think so. Thank you. Okay,
I will be getting on your agenda again to give you guys an update on some other issues, so
okay.
thank you.
Thank you, Mary Rose.
Can we go into executive?
We will go out of regular into executive. Go ahead, Carol.
I'll make a motion that we authorize payroll to go back to February, get this particular situation paid.
Motion by Carol and second by Danielle to apply the hours to February for Tashina. All in favor? We're unanimous.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I will be. I'm still doing treatments. I have to get injections in my stomach every night. And then every week I go to the clinic and they put an IV in and give me some kind of antivirus. I have a autoimmune disease and TTP. I've never heard of any of it. I had to Google everything and learn on my own.
We're not in executive again, so if you want to
Oh,
keep that,
okay.
Yeah, we're with you.
Okay, so are
but we
we
will go
good?
out of regular back into executive.
Any,
Mr. Chairman and members of the council, I want to acknowledge a tribal member that sponsors an Easter egg event every year for the past 5 or 6 years now, I think it's been out at Pishi. Been going on. Yeah, and she's been doing this event and doing it with small donations here and there, but she's actually been paying out of her own pocket. And I just want to acknowledge her because this event has grown tremendously. Every single year it's doubling in size. It's getting bigger and bigger, and And it's just, it's what a sight to see when you see all the kids out there. Wow, it's just a happy event to see all of the kids out there that is attracted to this, and it's just one of those events. I would like to see the tribes more support these kind of events. So I think it's important. It's important for the kids, especially when you have gatherings such as this. You have the whole entire community there. And I know at some point in time she probably have to find another area to do this. But right now, she's just really gone out of her way to make sure that this happens every single year. And with that, I would like to make the motion to do a donation of $500 to this Easter egg event.
She approved it yesterday.
Nation Committee sent her $500 yesterday.
It was approved?
Yeah,
It was
For how much?
500.
Oh, okay, great.
Carol.
Piggyback off of Len's comments that the healing or the drug court from Lake County would go and help clean up the area so they could get ready for the Easter egg hunt. So they do that as a project every year too, to make sure there's no needles or anything laying around. But yeah, they do that too. So
Danielle.
No, I think it's a wonderful event, and I think she's growing over the years, and our corporations are helping out some of our entities, but we'll remind her to reach out to our corporations, but SCAHA also gave her a donation for the Easter egg hunt this year as well.
Bing's family does a Easter egg hunt every year too, and I think we need to acknowledge 20 years, all the eggs that he scooped.
It's a lot of eggs. Danielle.
I might have our donation request mixed up from SCAHA. I think it might have been to Bing and them's, but in the future, if she hasn't requested from SCAHA, she can request from SCAHA.
She works at SCAHA. and-
We may have done hers
And
too, that I'm
Rhonda-
like,
Yeah.
we have
Rhonda-
things going on.
Rhonda said that one was approved there too.
Okay, perfect.
Juggling too many eggs.
Yeah, too many.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Just a couple of house cleaning things. Frank Latre is requesting to present our flag at the Knights of Columbus Convention in Kalispell. He's asked for this every year that I've been on council, and we've approved it. And so just wanted to get a consensus on that. Is there any objection to having our flag displayed in Kalispell at the Knights of Columbus Convention? Yeah. Yeah. And I'll relay that to him that we like that. So, Len.
In addition to that, I know that one of our tribal members, Caleb Bird Rattler, he participates in the Special Olympics in Billings every year. And so I would like to also on his behalf give them a flag to bring to the event.
Didn't do the flag, but the donation committee did approve his donation, but we can add the flag to it if you want us to.
Good plan. Also, another housekeeping thing, USDA is looking for a tribal advisory nomination to their committee. And that's due by the 31st. And so if we want to make a nomination, which wouldn't necessarily be accepted, but a nomination to be on the National Tribal Advisory Committee for the United States Department of Agriculture. So think about that, and we've got to get that in before the 31st. I think we can do either. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Think about it. Pardon, we've received, I keep hitting the button. We received an invitation from Grand Teton National Park to participate in consultation as they get ready for the coming season. They'll have an on-site tour and get together, and they will pay for one person's travel and stay and per diem and everything. So, yep. And it's in May is when it happens. So I don't know. Is that right?
Katie Sorrell, I think she's at the Fish and Wildlife Service, right?
So that just another thing to think about. And with that, we can get into our agenda. Morning, Mark. Come on up.
Got to remember the push to talk button. Good morning, council. I have for your consideration today two modifications to the Crow Pump construction contract, 25-260. This is with Prospect Construction. The first change order is actually down here. What this one is change of date on the contract. When it was scheduled, was for July 1st, ready for final payment by September. We were informed that part of the restoration aspect of that project includes planting of some willows along the bank and whatnot, and that was outside of the window that the willows would actually take and grow. So it was recommended by the other members of the team in restoration that we move that to a October to December timeframe, basically a 90-day extension when the willows would actually take and grow. So we weren't wasting time, effort, and money. This was a pretty much administrative type change. You'll see here, I signed it and sent it in and was informed that that was not the way to go about it. So I'm now here seeking some resolution to this one of, you know, I don't know if we need to have a conversation sometime about, you know, what kind of administrative authority that the project managers have to do these, or, you know, I know that budgetary, monetary, we always come ask for permission on date changes like this.
Right, Greg.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking as I was going through this request. I mean, so from a dollar standpoint, it is less than 0.5%. Okay. From a timing standpoint, I mean, a 90-day extension to accommodate, you know, both of those issues seem to be pretty small. And if we are, well, I guess I'm looking at it in terms of all of the doer projects over a number of years, totaling hundreds of millions of dollars, that we might want to consider establishing some wiggle room, if you will, so that administratively could execute things that are less than X% or you know, within a specified time frame. But you know, I have absolutely no problem with either of these modifications. They make sense, and I do think we need to give some consideration to how to increase administrative authority to make minor modifications like this in the future.
Yeah, I appreciate your input on that. You know, I don't like coming here for things like this. You know, I know you guys have more important things to do than me asking you permission for a 90-day thing. So I would love some clarification or some better understanding of how to move forward with these things. I appreciate that very much. The change order number 2 is actually monetary, total increase of $35,449.66. When we put this out for bid, we had planned on having temporary power or power installed on the site for them to use for dewatering pumps and things like that. Due to issues in the supply chain, we were unable to get the necessary electrical parts installed and in place and have MVP hook them up. So Prospect was required to run a generator for, I think, 92 days. So there's some rental cost and fuel costs there that increases their contract. So yeah, I'm here asking for council's approval to both change order 1 and 2 on this contract.
Go ahead, Greg.
I'd like to make a motion to approve both of those and to set on the council agenda in the very near future a discussion on administrative parameters around the doer contracts.
Motion by Greg to approve change order 1 and change order 2 to pumping plant. Second by Carol. All in favor? We're unanimous and noted that we need to look at the administrative control of contract, see if we can put together a de minimis clause of some sort. Yes, Carol.
Are you getting the willows from forestry?
I do not know where they're gonna get those willows from. They have in the past been going out and taking cuttings from other areas and using those.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. I also brought along I know in the past, I believe, Len, you had requested maybe an accounting of or a summary of some donations that have been made by people we work with. So I have a little thing here that Morris and Merrily put together of their contributions back to the tribe. So I made those. I'll give everybody a copy for you to look through.
Casey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Councilwoman Langford, just to answer your question. So for Willow Gathering, we have worked, Tabby put out a competitive RFP for tribal member contractors for Willow Gathering. So we've been able to utilize that mechanism. We also have a MOA with forestry to assist with our projects.
Thank you, Casey. Go ahead, Daniel.
Mark, if you could put a bug in their ear for their donations for our CSKT MMIP fund. That one's not funded by in any form. It's all donation based and it helps local families here search for their loved ones or with assistance they might need. But yeah, you can give them my number if you need to. Thank you.
Go ahead, Carol.
Place is our volunteer fire departments across the reservation. that would be a place if we could kind of get our name on it somehow. The CSKT, and more whoever, or donates because of the tribes, all of the tribes, the use of these companies and stuff. Somehow. The reason why I bring this up, Mr. Chair, remember they were looking for a way, the fire departments are looking for a way that the tribes provide a contribution, and that would be one way to do that.
They're looking for donations of all sorts for
Yeah.
essential equipment.
Did we have any particular department in mind or just a general, this donation?
I think, I'm gonna be going to a meeting, on the 6th, I believe, with the Lake County fire something. Anyway, it's all of the companies from Sanders County, Lake County, Flathead County that do, volunteer fire. And I can find out how they want to do this, because I believe the tribes are gonna hopefully give we're gonna do some fundraisers, and then if our entities like this help, maybe we can pull it all into one fund and then give it out to all of them, rather than just one get it and the others don't. Because they all need it. They all need the apparatuses that require the special, they're very expensive. So it's essential equipment they need in order to fight fire in homes and stuff. This isn't for wildland fire, it's for
Right. Yeah, I'll
structure.
talk to all the contractors and consultants that I work with and give them a little bug to think about.
Yeah, and I think Greg would be the one that he could probably assist us in setting something up. But what I'd like to do is make sure that these fire departments know this is coming from not only like Morrison, Merrily, but the tribes, it's going from us to them.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate you very much.
What is Scott?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Tribal Council. And today we have, I had brought forward the BIA route removal. I had been waiting for so we had last summer updated the long-range transportation plan, and that got approved. And then in that, there was also an update to the BIA's inventory, the NTTFI, the National Tribal Transportation Facilities Inventory. That all officially got updated between last summer, and I just got all the tables updated in February, is when all that got inputted in their system. So now we're working on the next update, and in this would be the route removals of the in the restricted areas. I was asked to remove some of the BIA routes out of the Irvine Flats and Hog Heaven areas. So I'd like to start on page 33 of the agenda. And it shows the resolution to request the removal of roads within the tribal restricted areas. Remove those from the NTTFI.
You have a picture of those roads that are getting removed?
Yeah, I attached those. They didn't get included in what you have, but I have them on the screen here. So, yeah.
Go ahead, Len.
Scott, do you know what the cost per mile they were giving the roads department to maintain those roads?
I don't have a good number for you. on that.
Okay, do you have an overall cost on what's gonna be eliminated from the roads budget now that these roads are not on the inventory?
It's, I don't have that figure for you. But it's not gonna be a significant amount. It's between what we added last summer and what we're removing now, we're removing, I think, 39 miles.
30, okay.
It won't significantly
Yeah.
impact our budget.
I'm not sure if Councilman Dumontier was involved in those discussions when we were doing these projects, but our the reason why we wanted to do these because BIA roads allow public access, okay? And there were some management areas that we deemed for tribal member use only. And so knowing that these BIA roads traverse through these management areas, we opted, or the culture committees wanted those taken off the inventory so we can have total tribal control over these roads. So if we're gonna close an area, we can close it completely for tribal member use.
Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Lynn. I kind of assumed that that was the issue, which gives rise to an oral argument that I have that I would like to have pursued as a part of this. I don't want to take anything away from these resolutions, but the premise that something needs to be taken off of BIA roads if it is only going to be accessible by the tribal public is suggesting that somehow the tribal public is less than public. So the notion that it needs to be open to absolutely anybody in order for the BIA funding or to be on the BIA list is suggesting that somehow the tribal public is less than and should not be given the same consideration as the public in general. These are reservation lands. The tribal definition of public should not be superseded by BIA definition of public, but that's for an argument down the road for perhaps somebody else to make. But yeah, I'm not happy with that practice that is in place, although I do understand where it comes from.
Basically looking at the issue of the BIA providing funding to maintain these roads, even though they are just for tribal public. Basically what you're looking at. That your statement basically goes to say that the BIA should still be responsible for maintenance for the tribal public on these roads.
Yes.
Is there a way to do that, Scott?
Well, there is a way to close the roads, but not permanently to public access, to general public, not to tribal, non-tribal members. There's a way to, you can seasonally close it. You can close it during times of certain things, and then to be open to the public, it's only the BIA roads and a foot on either side of the traveled roadway. It's not all the way to the what normally you would say the right of way, the end of the ditches or anything like that. It's just within a foot of the traveled roadway is what these are supposed to be to stay on the NTTFI inventory. But I guess the discussions that we've had were that the enforcement of the game wardens and things like that they've been having a lot of trouble
Oh.
enforcing this.
It's impossible if there's actual access to the road.
Yeah,
It's basically impossible.
you can't keep people on the roads.
But I think it's a valid question to say that understand a BIA road is fully public. Maybe the BIA can have another classification of road called a tribal road that they also maintain that is not public, but is tribal public. And that might be an argument for me to take to Congress. Yeah. So anyway, that's kind of what I took Greg's argument was. So anyway,
Tribal public is public.
I guess the only change that this would do is it would remove them from being. I don't think we have the tribe has a fund that would cover roads that aren't on, and I run into this quite a bit. There's some roads that aren't on this NTTFI, the BIA roads inventory, that I can't put tribal transportation program money or BIA roads maintenance money into it if it's not on the system.
that's what Greg's remarks are pointed at, that
Yeah.
we should be able to. Carol, go ahead.
I think we also need to look at the regulations for 44D or whatever it is. Fish and wildlife regulations to see there's access to certain areas and roads and stuff and make sure that they are consistent with what you're saying, because you don't want to tell them, no, you can't, but now I have a recreation permit that says I can. So we need to make sure those fit together.
All right.
But I think as is the removal of these from the BIA, or what is it, the NNTFI?
Yeah, the National Tribal Transportation Facilities Inventory. It's the BIA inventory.
We're moving forward with that, right?
So with this, it would make the ownership, maintenance, and liability of these roads become the responsibility of the tribe. Like right now, these roads listed on here are BIA roads. And then if this resolution passes, then I would send this to the BIA for approval of removing them from the BIA route ownership.
Go ahead, Bing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know there's a ordinance in that BIA where the tribe they have to close a few of these roads every year, 3 miles of these roads every year. But, when you dig these roads up, at the beginning of the road there's no way that the tribal members can get it there either. As you got these roads really dug up, I mean, where the woodcutters can't even get back there to get any wood anymore. That road's completely closed off. I don't think that's right to keep our members out of those roads. If the area is closed, it's closed. To those that are members, that's supposed to be in there. But there's quite a bit of roads up by my area that are all closed off, and there's a lot of wood back there that the root cutters try saying that, well, if you could get back there, we could get a lot of wood, but there's a lot of wood back there that they can't get, anymore because they got those roads all dug up at the beginning there, and it's tough. It's hard to, all the wood that's kept there anymore is getting pretty well cut out. But it'd be nice if we could get those open back up again, but I don't know for sure if they can do that or not. But it's the idea of closing them like that, it's like Greg was saying, it closes for they're public roads, to begin with. And it'd be nice if we could keep them roads open to the public.
I guess that's an interesting request, is to say when you take and close a BIA road, you make it impassable for public because you've closed the road. Is there a way to request that there's tribal access to that road, even though the BIA has it closed to the public and is not maintaining it at present?
Yeah, I think what the intent was for these roads is to put signs up that say tribal members only. I think there's a couple roads like that right now.
Bing's talking about roads that are still BIA roads that wouldn't be necessarily taken off the list, but are closed for whatever reasons. And there's still a BIA road, but you have it closed. And so you have it impassable at its source. And he's saying that it'd still be nice to have tribal member access because there's a lot of, at least wood resource available. And so that the question is not necessarily that the road is removed from the
Right.
FTA inventory, but that if there's allowed access for tribal access and maintenance on a BIA road when it's closed.
Yeah, I do plan on, I still haven't had one, but I do plan on having a tribal, transportation planning committee meeting. And I don't know who from the tribal council, I'll send it to everybody and then see who will be at that meeting. And we can discuss a lot of things like that and see what direction we want to go on things like that.
The issue at hand is these roads in our closed areas and trying to ensure that there isn't general public access. That's where we're at right now. And as the resolution states, that becomes tribal maintenance on these roads after this is removed from the NNTFI.
And I did get a clarification that at first I thought like once you remove a BIA road, that it would never in the future be eligible to be put back on there again. But I was informed that it's still eligible, like say 20, 30 years down the road. It's still eligible to be put back on if you decide that you want to open it up to the public again.
Here's the thing about maintenance of these roads. So, and we all know this, BIA, or you should say the roads department, never maintained those main haul roads, okay? They never used the money that they received for those roads to maintain those roads. It never happened. How those roads got maintained was through our tribal timber sales, because we always took TSI dollars out and maintained our roads, not only the BIA roads, but our own tribal roads. So, but I would make the motion to pass the resolution.
Motion by Len to approve the resolution removing these roads from the closed areas from the state it for me, please.
NTTFI.
NTFI. So to take them off the inventory. Do I have a second? Go ahead, Greg.
I will second that motion, if, that motion would include, pursuing, the changing of public to tribal public.
Is that okay, Len? Is So we have a motion by Lynn, second by Greg to remove these roads from the national inventory, BIA inventory. With the consideration that we will pursue an understanding of how to handle tribal public roads. All in favor? Carol? We're unanimous.
Okay. I have another motion, tribal resolution that related to this. So the long range transportation plan need to be updated. And I just prepared it in case this previous motion was approved. So to remove the routes, I need to also pass a resolution approving the updated long-range transportation plan. And that includes the routes that we had just previously talked about. So this long-range transportation plan is updated with those routes removed. So the next resolution is on page 30 of your agenda. And that is just the same language as the previous resolution from the 2025 update for the NTTFI and long range transportation plan. This includes a recommended inventory table, and it shows the routes that we just previously talked about removed from this inventory. So I ask Tribal Council to approve the updated long-range transportation plan showing these routes removed from the inventory.
Greg?
Just so I'm understanding this correctly, all of these projects that are listed here are projects that have already been approved, prioritized, and adopted, if you will, by council action. The only thing different about this list from the one that was previously acted on is the addition of those that the other resolution would then remove. Is that correct? So we're not adopting a whole new plan. All we're really doing is removing a couple roads off of an existing approved plan.
Well, this resolution is for the long-range plan, and then the next one is I think the one you're talking about that has the previously talked about projects. So this one is the long-range plan with the inventory, and then my next item was the one with the list of projects. And what happened was these first two projects that had fallen off the list. So and because they weren't on the 2025 inventory, they had fallen off the short range transportation plan. And this resolution, the 2026 to 2030 transportation improvement program, tribal transportation improvement program resolution adds those Dixon home sites and West Fork Rebay Creek Bridge replacement back on there. The reason they haven't been done in the recent past is because they weren't officially in the inventory. And then by the time they got in the inventory in June, they had fallen off the plan, this plan.
And it's the only way it falls off the plan if somebody takes it off the plan. It
Well-
doesn't fall off. Cause I was, before Danielle got here and Anita Matt, we were working on the road situation down there and then all of a sudden it wasn't a priority anymore. I don't know what happened. There were lights, the trees to be removed, there was new road. Was there no money or?
There was money there. The federal highway wouldn't approve the projects until they were official in the inventory. And for some reason, they were never
Okay.
official in the inventory until last June.
This is the agency we're talking about, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Dixon Agency, yeah.
I don't know. I can go farther with this, but I'll just let it go. But I think
But
it needs to.
We plan on putting this Dixon home sites out to advertise next week. So if right.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Where can I get started here? Okay, I guess I'm kind of confused. You're already telling us that the long range transportation plan is complete. And typically, the long range transportation plan is guided by the tribal transportation committee that the meeting that you're going to be hosting here. So have you already prioritized projects on what is going to be constructed first and for the 2026 construction season?
I have placeholders, but the main thing for this is the ones that were previously on there.
Yeah.
And then we can update it as soon as the tribal the transportation planning committee meets.
Yeah,
We can,
because that was the importance of the transportation committee meeting, was so we can all get together and identify those projects that need to be fixed ASAP, a priority. So yeah, that's kind of just where I got confused when you said you were going to add this to the long range transportation plan, and we haven't had a meeting yet. So
yeah. So right now I'm working on correcting the previous, ever since all the inventory got updated and previous plan. I'm correcting things now. We'll meet with the transportation planning committee, and then as soon as that sets, we can update the 5-year plan again. As soon as the transportation planning committee meets.
okay, all right, thank you, Scott.
Does that mean that these two resolutions would be better served after that meeting?
Well, the long range transportation plan resolution only needs to be passed if the first thing that I presented passed. So since that passed, I would ask that this long range transportation
So it's
resolution.
basically, as Greg said, an amendment to that long range plan.
Yeah, and then the last thing on the agenda was the tribal transportation improvement plan, which is the 5-year plan. And that I asked to be approved to get the projects going this summer.
We don't want to wait on the agency project. Do we want to approve that today so that the agency project can happen?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then anything else on the list that you maybe don't agree with, we can talk about at the Transportation Planning Committee and update this
So is
5-year
everybody
plan.
aware of what we're doing? So these two resolutions, the first one will update the long range plan, removing the roads from the restricted areas.
Yeah.
Let's handle that. Anybody make the motion on that one? Motion by Greg. Second by Danielle. All in favor? We're unanimous. The second one, which probably should wait until after the meeting, but since he wants to get the agency in process, it needs to be on the plan. So we need to update it today. Motion by Danielle to update the 5-year plan to include agency and what was it? Westport?
Yes.
As the remarks from Scott is that we're adding those back in that they were in and somehow dropped off. And I'm kind of with Carol. I don't know how something just falls off. I got a motion. Can I get a second? Second by Lynn. All in favor? Make sure agency happens. We're unanimous. Okay. And the meetings when?
I'll send out a agenda request, a invite here, by the end of the week, or today's the end of the week, by Monday,
Thank you, Scott.
right? Um. We'll try in 2 weeks.
Go ahead, Daniel.
You have made my day. I cannot wait. We are gonna like throw a celebration when these roads are done with the number of, people with disabilities and stuff in our area and them trying to get wheelchairs or walkers down those roads. It's really, really difficult right now. And it's just gonna be a life changer for some of our people to have access to a healthy lifestyle. So we're truly looking forward to these roads getting done this time around.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Right. Well, thank you. I look forward to talking to a lot of you at the Transportation Planning Committee meeting.
Can Greg get a correction on Tisha's approval this morning?
Go ahead, Greg. Does it need to be an executive or?
No, it's just merely a correction here that this is personnel's policy where they're not posting past PTO. And the direction is for payroll to accomplish that. We need to have that direction read for personnel department to make that action to post those hours, and payroll can pay them once they're posted into the system by personnel. So the request is just to make it to personnel.
Do you need a motion or just?
Well, whatever you want to do to correct the record. Danielle. Yeah.
The motion is modified.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Morning, Dana. Come on up.
Can you hear me? Good morning. I am here. I've applied for the Steel Reese Foundation. I submitted a letter of interest and they invited us to submit a full application. So I have completed that full application and will submit it next week. So I'm here to ask for a resolution to support it. What's that?
What does it say? I mean, what are we, what are you, what's your plan?
The grant is a small grant for $25,000 to support the local food specialist. So that position was actually a $100,000 grant, and then we absorbed it when that funding was expended. So the grant itself will, if we receive it, hopefully it'll help pay for wild game processing and garden supplies, because we've absorbed all of that. And then this year, I think we're at 47 elk. We've harvested and figured out how to get processed. We're pretty creative.
I will make a motion, but also the other question is, do you provide any of the wild game that's processed to the food banks at all? Or
We haven't done that.
I know you've got a lot of people to serve anyway,
Mhm.
besides having to do something like that. So
Yeah.
I was just wondering.
Motion by Carol to allow food sovereignty to pursue a grant from Steel Reese Foundation.
Thank you.
Second by Danielle. All in favor? We're unanimous.
All right.
Danielle.
Hey, Dana, we talked about food sovereignty potentially sponsoring food for the MMIP event. I know you were going to reach out to staff.
I've already committed that I will be there for my own reasons. So we will have something prepared. And if it means I'm going to go in there and put it in a
Do I need,
poster, I will.
I guess I'm wondering if you've got maybe 3 or 4 people that want to come assist you if they need a change of
Our
duty
head-
or
It's on a Saturday,
it's
correct?
on a Saturday, yes.
I will check with staff. My head cook's been out this week. She's not well. So I'll check. I have some AmeriCorps workers that might be interested in doing that. So I'll check with, I was already going to be there. So
Yep.
I'm a pro at cooking and feeding.
All right, sounds good.
They're going to get
I'll let the
fed.
team know that we're good then to go on food then. Thank you.
Dana? And go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Dana, I got a question. Are members still bringing in cow, elk and, female deer to you? Your program?
That's the other food sovereignty program. The People's Food Sovereignty is the one who has members bring meat to them. I think because we do our own hunting, we have a local food specialist, local, I can't remember his job title. Terry Ashley and his crew are the ones who've done our hunting. So they hunted into last month. They haven't really taken anything this month. So it's our staff that has gone and done the hunting. But there is the People's Food Sovereignty program, because people get us confused and try to like, we'll hunt for you. It's like, we don't.
Carol?
I think that's defunct after Martin. Is it Martin Papin passed away?
Yeah, I don't know. So that's the best answer I have for tribal members bringing meat to a program. I don't know.
Well,
I think I heard his daughter say something about that it's no longer, and a lot of the money was taken and it's a kind of a mess.
It's not me.
Bing's question is going to Terry harvesting female animals.
Yeah, he was harvesting, not females, because that was after, there, I can send you an email that came from the NRD program when it's taken, when they did take some on the depredation hunting list. I get your question. I was confused. So there was a policy made with NRD that allowed for, administrative hunt, and he did take some last month, and I think it was in February. But other than that, no, there hasn't been. I don't think I can check for you. But it's always a question people bring up. Do you want me to forward you that email?
Yeah, if you send it again.
Who would you like me to send it to?
Council.
Okay. That it?
Thank you, Dana.
All right, thank you.
We'll take a 5-minute break. Good morning, Ruth.
Good morning. Got several requests here, and I want to start with one that's not listed on the agenda request because it's the most straightforward one. We are proposing to procure a freezer system for the food sovereignty location at Kicking Horse. And it's kind of saved, this is the actual amount, that yellow $200,000 amount. So they went out and solicited estimates. It's not just like a walk-in cooler. It's actually a 20 by 30 unit that will be installed in the building out at Kicking Horse. We've got to do some electrical work to support that, and then they will do some purchases that are not capital. So the only amount we're asking approval for is the $200,850. And that is already provided by in the current capital equipment, so there's no increase to the budget. I could not answer that specifically, but it is, as you can see, just by the, they did have specifications on their solicitation. So, I mean, that's what helped me to understand what exactly, but it was primarily to support, obviously, storage for a lot of stuff. They used the last year's bison shipment as part of the reason that what they would need the storage capacity, as well as their ongoing, meat storage through hunting and other needs related to that.
Only reason I say that, Mr. Chair, is because of the number of turkeys that we've lost throughout the years that had to be destroyed because freezers shut off.
Yeah, we did have a failure last year in the NRD's freezer system. They had a freezers turn off, so we were already kind of in tune for trying to manage for a more fail-safe capacity. So regardless whether we would have gone with just additional units for them and a generator or what have you, there was something that needed to be addressed. So that's the request.
Yeah, I'm with Carol. I'm hoping that we have a generator involved with this one.
Right?
Go ahead, Carol.
Forestry also lost a bunch of turkeys. Motion to approve the request to
Motion
modify.
to approve the
Is to
capital
approve the
equipment.
capital acquisition.
Second by Danielle. All in favor? Yeah, we're unanimous with Len out of the room.
All right, thank you. And the next item is the modification 6 to fiscal year 26 appropriations. We're modifying for changes that we made to budgets in the general fund, and also some awards that are coming down in IHS Compact for M&I, and also an amount for healthcare services, small amount that was distributed from the Rocky Mountain Tribal Leaders. We also have Indian Affairs funding for capital equipment acquisition that came in a prior year. And then finally, the contracts and grants allocations that is really the majority of this increase, total increase of 26,192,853. So total appropriations now increased to 373,955,770. That's the table showing the breakdown of those. Seeing a total general fund, just increasing it, the net of 178,700. In IHS Compact, the 774,000. Most of that for prior year M&I, Maintenance and Improvement Facilities funding. In Indian Affairs Compact, adding in 72,000 to law enforcement for that capital acquisition that we are just referring to. They'll procure one vehicle. In the contracts and grants, there's various increases there for that 25.1 million.
Any questions? Hey, Greg.
So, the increase of 178 to the general fund. Where does that funding come from to cover the 178? I guess is my question, without getting into the balanced budget, if you will, issue.
Good question. So right there near the bottom on that forestry line, that 533,660.
Yep.
We are transferring these programs into general fund. And this is revenue that they already earned in prior period. It's a new method of managing the budget and the program activity. It was set up in a place years and years back. They would earn project and other type of greenhouse income. And then they were just spending it. So it was like in a revenue in, expense out. But there was no accountability directly for the program activity. So contracts and grants asked to move it away from that setup and move it into regular tribal general fund as programs that we would administer in that way. So that's already earned. And then in tribal earmarks, we're closing out programs and those also have earned income in the prior years. So that's a decrease to the outlays for that. So that's why, as we see, beginning at the 15,000 in government services, this is an increase to facilities so they can do the jail kitchen upgrade. We then decreased a program in NRD, and this was actually supposed to have been done at the enactment, and it was just noticed as an error in our worksheet. So that was a decrease to the actual allocation for fisheries. The capital program, we had budgeted the law enforcement vehicle in there, so we get to reduce that and move it back to BIA where it's supposed to be. So that decrease showing in the mandatory, and then moving on down to the earmark and tribal forestry add-ons for that net increase. So all of that increase is covered by revenue that was already earned. It's not a new appropriation from reserve or an additional appropriation.
Motion by Greg to approve mod six, right? Mod six.
Yes.
Second by Bing. All in favor? We are unanimous.
Okay. For this portion of the presentation, I will ask if you would prefer it be delivered in general session or in executive. It is your discretion.
Any thoughts?
Good morning. I know they were a little ahead. Sorry about that. Oh, good. That's important.
We'll stay open.
Very good. Also, I guess in deference to, we had scheduled this for the budget committee on March. What day was that? The 18th? 18th. So off, this month is flying by. We only had 2 of the 4 in attendance. So we did not take any official action at that meeting. So we're just skipping straight ahead to the council's review. If you have any thoughts about whether we should return to the process and let it go through budget committee first, I guess I could start with that question.
Any thoughts there? Let's go ahead, Ruth.
Okay. And this was shared with budget committee on March 5th. So council has had it for at whatever point it was scheduled in their package. An overview of how we embark on this entire process. It's really rests on the programs and the corporations to be ready to give us the information. And there is a large portion of revenue that or receipts that is not part of that. So we don't deal with the water compact because that's the settlement. Any contracts, grants, and so forth. The other settlement funds like mitigation. So you just kind of see there, we're not talking about that. We're mostly talking about direct revenue collection or receipts. So those are ones that we start and get to this table here, kind of start the conversation, looking at what had been projected in the current year and totaling there at the 72.7, seeing the breakout in the treasury. Most of that is the dam rental, 18 million. Local is then going to be all non-trust collections, so it will be various, usually sales and receipts. So for instance, one of those is the daily sales at Bison Range and also shoreline permits. In the dividends, this is just what's been coming through as of like at the moment we're doing the report. So it's not including any gaming right now. I have not seen the actual distribution or declared dividend from gaming. So if any of you know that and you want to share that, just mentally add that to that amount there. This is representing 3.35 that EKI distributed, 900,000 that SNK Electronics declared, and 10.6 million that SKT will pay us. Indirect cost assessment, the assessment that we're making at our approved rate on all programs in government, that it's incurring that, going to offset all IDC pool programs. So it's a pretty important reimbursement. In third party, this was an average of the prior period collection because the department didn't submit one. So this is a bit lower than what we're accustomed to seeing. In the dedicated trust, this is representing the loan interest, so it's not computing any investment gain. Recreation permit sales, the conservation permits, and then in the revenue sharing, the receipts from those agreements with the state. So comparing that now to 27 projected, it looks a little startling, as Mr. Demontier had noted in the first review. But because we're lacking the figure to plug into dividends in gaming, because we're a year ahead of ourselves in looking at that now. So that 136,000 is really only showing gaming license fees and machine fees. Going down that list, we're now arriving at just over 62 million projected. Again, discussion of treasury. Treasury basically is the dam rental. You see that chart, mostly the green, 90% of that in the dam. A smaller amount in stumpage, and then leases, rights of ways, and those sorts of, I guess, receipts, just over 1.1 million.
Go ahead, Carol.
Dam rental, that per capita is about 12 million? Or is it the full 18?
No, it's 18.
So per capita's come out of that and they spend the full amount?
No, I
Yes.
misunderstood the question. I'm sorry. The total revenue that we get in the treasury is 18 million, so they pay that quarterly. The current projection for per capita this year is 14.1, I believe.
Okay, and so, and then the remainder is a reserve account that we use, or is it just budgeted?
That's also a really good question. In the regular scheme of things, in the year that we're in, the way I see it is that whatever draws were taken from treasury, such as for per capita, that's reflecting of that total treasury, what we would spend, and then what would, theoretically be in reserve. At sometimes during the fiscal year, we may take a draw just for the budget expense. And we had to do that last year because we were anticipating shutdown. So we did draw a large portion of that in sort of insurance against what could happen if federal government shut down and we wanted more cash on hand for expense.
Okay,
So we did do that.
One more question on the third party. Did I hear you right that we're down?
The projection is down from what is actual. In fiscal 25, the collection was closer to 20.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's going on? Do we have to find out the answer to that, or do we know it?
As I think the transition, if you will, in the leadership down there on that particular function, as I said, we were not getting response to our request to project. And again, in 27 for that projection, we had to create that from the historic average. In comparing it to actual, we feel it's reasonable to do that because we wouldn't expect it to be less than projected, but they are collecting more than what the projection.
So who feels like it's not their responsibility to let us know what they're raising or making?
I would say that the management would have to answer to council as to, why that is, going the way it is.
the management is on its way out. I mean, are we an executive? No. Well, he's on his way out and we're getting to acting.
Mhm.
And people cannot just all of a sudden, well, guess what? Management's leaving. Why don't we just do what we wanted to? So I want a response somehow, find out where. And I almost feel like we should go in executive, but I don't want to kick anybody out. I don't want to kick anybody out. But there's been some issues on the Medicare person. Feeling almost like if I don't want to do it, I'm not going to do it. And if I do, I will. We've heard some really good reports, but then I've heard the opposite. So I'm just worried.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I guess acknowledging Mrs. Langford's comments. So we do address in a little bit more detail on that, this page here, that there wasn't an official projection made, because as in the asked for the projection, we do want them to give us a clear explanation of why the revenue is moving the way it is and to identify any issues or challenges. So, you know, we do make note of that and that we feel that they've got to maintain this, you know, maximizing of their revenue. It is critical, absolutely critical to supplementing the current operations. I know I've expressed that to the leadership for several years now. The IHS funding does not move up very much. It's a very slightly upward sloping line. Third party adding into that is just absolutely the core of what they're doing now. They cannot add or increase services without doing it with third party. So at times, the conversation we just have on the daily is just keeping them in compliance with the use of third party. We do not, in the work we do, talk to them about their mechanics of collection, keeping up with any loss of eligible, say in Medicaid enrollment, which was one of those issues that's been in there for several years now. Medicaid had expansion under the pandemic times, and then those special provisions ceased, and then people had to make sure they re-enrolled. And sometimes the process of that can be difficult. So the department plays a role in all of that. They should keep up on resource enrollment because it does have an impact on paid care. Paid care is payer of last resort. So if people are eligible or presumptively eligible, they will be sort of in a limbo state, and paid care can't even come in to incur that obligation. So it is a multi-part system that, you know, we express our opinion or ideas about if we see things. But looking at the table, as I was showing, it does show upward trending. And this is also a really important revenue to the tribe because the tribe gets to take the income that's earned from these collections as tribal revenue. So we have a more than just a basic interest in this, and the department is aware of that.
Go ahead, Carol.
Total in third party revenue right now, what's in that? What's the total that we currently have in that account?
I believe, I couldn't say it's current because we always look at either a year end. The year end 25 was 82.
That's it? That's not even enough to operate a year and a half, right? If let's say everything just stopped and we had to pull in money from third party to operate, that would be a year and a half, maybe?
What we currently have budgeted on the IHS side is, I'm gonna say in the services part about 23. So it's a 12 plus for paid care and a little under 12 for the department, all the regular department funded activities. In the third party side, it's another 18. they are taking about 11 in what we call supplemental, and then about 6 or so million in pharmaceutical. And then anything that they are projecting in a facilities. So we're going to be coming back in at the department's request, or he will, excuse me. If you approve the project for Anchorway, that would be an estimated 6 million draw from the third party for that project.
Wow. So the only reason I say this is I always try to think of if something happened and people think, wow, there's a lot of money in third party. Well, it can be used up really quickly. So we got to be careful that we have enough to make sure to maintain at least through 3 more years of Mr. President.
Mr. Chairman, I would wholeheartedly agree. The third party, remembering that that's at the beginning of this current fiscal year. So all along the way, they are collecting. The way we look at it in just a simple add subtract fashion is we start at that beginning of the year at the fund balance, add the projected revenue, subtract the projected outlay, and then we come to an ending 9/30 of this year fund balance. That is part of the budget development that we're going through. And that's going to be in the next discussion as to where we are with all of the reserve and all of the estimated funding to be available. The IHS funding for 27 is already known because in advance appropriations, it was made available in this fiscal year. So it helps us to already know what the estimated amounts are. It helps the department in their resource allocation, how much third party has to come in to keep all operations at current level. So that's literally going to be ensuing in the next couple of months, if you've not already had those conversations as the health committee. Anything? I'll just move along unless there's any other questions. I don't mind skipping around. That's good. Local revenue. I don't mean to sound as dismissive, but we try to keep the conversations on, the more large parts of the revenue picture, even though, to me, I guess all revenue is significant and important, and we would look at it with just as much diligence as anything else. I think overarching theme for revenue is we've requested, suggested, demanded, I could say it any way you want, that all of the entities of the tribe that are either collecting, selling, or otherwise receiving a revenue, that they consider increases to those if they're rate or fee-based, even if they're just incremental. For instance, Shoreline, to me, if a fee structure is just remaining flat and unchanged, that's just not practical. We had a brief conversation about the housing program in the budget committee, and the fact that they had sat with the same fee structure for a long time, and now they are looking at how they continue to sustain that operation with their increased costs, but still not really meaningfully raising fees. I just talked to the court administrator about, I said, when's the last time court fees and fines changed? Well, they haven't. I said, well, you should look at that. And so I would expect you're going to start hearing some of those discussions. Moving to what I feel is a extremely critical part of total revenue is the corporate dividends. In the budget committee, a fair amount of discussion went on about that and how the shareholder is positioning themselves to have those discussions. When you compare the amount of dividends to the other major sources of revenue like treasury and so on, again, this tribe wouldn't be operating the way it is now in tribal funded activity without this. It would be a very different picture. And all you got to do is just go to the first bar and say, well, in fiscal 16, when we didn't even get 5 million, that means we didn't have that to spend in tribal operations. So as that line has, sloped up pretty rapidly, there we are at just under 25 in the last fiscal year. And that is how we have been able to go forward in tribal spending in excess of projected coming year revenue. Because on the tribal What is going on with this echoing? Okay, sorry. Started to think I was. So as tribal spending, or excuse me, tribal sources of revenue like the dam rental, that's the one that has really went flat along with timber stumpage. So those dividends coming in to fill up and make available the spending that the tribe wants to continue is the way that's been happening. Most of the time, we're hearing usually about this time in the current year what the dividends will be paid on the corporation's last fiscal year. Most of them are a calendar year, and I think only one is on the same fiscal year as us. So EKI is generally the very first one that comes in and expresses their declaration of that dividend. The rest, as I said, we got into a multi-year arrangement with SNK Technologies where they had a big increase in their net position, and they felt that spreading that forward over a 5-year period was the most, acceptable way to do that, and the shareholder agreed. So their, as I said, take this year will be 10.6. Next year, it's a 3% increase of that. So as I said, we already know what those amounts will be. Any questions about this?
Go ahead, Jamie.
Yeah, I think I might have asked this question before, but how are the corporate dividends determined? Do they just decide how much they're giving us, or is it based on a percentage of their, how is that determined?
It's a good question. Gaming, I'll start with that one. The ordinance determines the maximum revenue that can be declared in dividend, and that's 60%. So we just more or less mentally, we see the annual audit or we hear the discussion with shareholder and then kind of say, well, that sounds like we're getting 60% of 10 million. So we're estimating about 6 million to come forward based on their 25 audit. It might even be more than that. But as I said, I hate to speak in certain terms without absolutely having the information. The other entities appear to have, and I say that because I am not in those conversations, they appear to be in agreements for percentage of the net. So EKI is at 25%, and so is Technologies. I have not ever been told or heard from like my director that the bank and electronics were in those sorts of arrangements. I've just suggested as shareholder gets those annual audits and the boards or the CEOs are talking about the performance, to look at the change in the net position. That when you look at just the revenue over expense, that's one way of looking at the annual. But as we see that net position increasing, for instance, EKI's net position increased 10 million from last year, and the revenue over could be just a slightly different perspective if you looked at it that way. But it's really to look at how the value of that entity is moving. And it also helps you to look at maybe some of the other corporations in a different way, because if they are not really increasing in value, that's a whole conversation I think the shareholder would be having. We, in the budget committee, after we discussed it, it appeared that there was a suggestion that the council as shareholder should be discussing with the corps now what is going to happen next year. I was reading EKI's audit report, and it was identifying their challenges and talking about how with the current economic and climate conditions, what that was going to be doing for their near and long-term future. So it's those kind of discussions that, kind of go beyond what these numbers are, and more so is, and what is this really going to mean? Because as I said, the health of these entities is pretty important to us right now. The only option we have in downward turning years is you will have to cut spending out of the tribal side of the books because you simply won't have it to maintain that.
Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, Ruth, a couple things. One, the council reviewed the letter going out to the corporations and approved that by consensus, I guess, earlier this week. So that meeting will be happening sometime in the near future on the corporate dividends. But one of the questions that I wanted to ask you that I didn't previously in the budget committee is I'm looking at the FY 216 through 225 Class 2 gaming proceeds. And from 22 through 25, it's kind of yo-yoing, right? Up 22, down 23, up 24, down 25. What, from your perspective, what's going on there?
Oh, boy. Yeah. Oh, I love it when you ask these very precise questions. Yeah, Mr. Demontier, a lot of things have happened since 2016. 2016 is I believe was the launch year for the expanded Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf was being brought online. The entity had begun their loan for that expansion. So SNK Gaming entered into their big loan, as I call it, out of the dedicated trust in 2014. We were literally but I start getting years mixed up, 2014, 2015. But in any event, they then have a fair amount of expense, so they're not able to, be in a big profitable position. So and then we had the COVID period in 20. So you see a really low line there, 21. And finally in 22, as things kind of, get back to more normal and all of the online or everything that is online in the 3 locations, I always forget Big Arm. But let's not forget that. So now with the 3 gaming locations going, and they've moved along, trending upward as the line suggests. I had also mentioned in our meeting that under Class 3, which we went out of in 2006, and that really sort of launched Class 2 in the form of SNK Gaming after that. So to me, the real relevant period is the last 20 years, like really what has happened in Class 2 and what used to happen under Class 3. Class 3, the highest revenue year I knew of was just before we went out of the compact, and that was 3.4 million. Our share of all of the individual operators' gross revenues under the compact. Class 2 is a different setup. There's, I guess both an up and a maybe somewhat downside of that, but the operational costs all go to having to comply with the standards. There's quite a bit of regulatory standards on Class 2, like the surveillance, the security, all of those things because of the bingo basis of those games. I was told, I've not had the privilege of reading some of the financials lately, but when I did, we could see by location that from the time it started, Grey Wolf was always generating more revenue than Quatucknuck. And that to me was rather an interesting part of understanding the total revenue and whether or not locations, because of what was there, and you see there's a big difference between one to the other. One is a casino and the other has hotel, food and beverage, and a lot of other things to it. At times, my late boss would comment upon the different cost centers of each operation and, questioning whether the entity should or should not engage in either expansion or change in their operation. So that's sort of the way I was brought up to look at it. Year over year, gaming is another corporation, and net position always goes up. Their revenue always goes up. And it's just trying to watch the spend side of that, the operating expenses, staying reasonable in line with what they're doing and keeping up an expectation that there's a profit to be had and a dividend to the shareholder. I would just say, given what they're embarking on now, they've started a new loan. I want to mention too that gaming's really the one that their contributions of loan back to dedicated trust is the significant reason why dedicated trust has grown to where it is. They did not get the favorable terms that EKI got, so their payback has been greater, and that's also why their net position has not grown as fast, because they had to pay so much in loan interest, loan principal, so it increased their operating costs and also, slowed their net position because of having to put so much back.
We got Jamie, and we'll come back to you, Greg.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Ruth pretty much answered it because of their, the loans that they got out and then the building, 400 horses. But I was just gonna let you know that, the gaming meetings, they provide all of the financials, and you could contact Shelley Cottet, who's the CFO there, and she, I'm sure, would provide you all of the information.
The nitty gritty.
Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight your statement because it's going to be a discussion, I think, for the council as a part of this budget process. Gaming's contributions in terms of expenses for the loans that we give them is significantly higher than EKI's because the rates are not as favorable. So what that is saying to me is that we are loaning monies to our corporations at different rates or at varying rates. And I think one of the things that we need to tackle in this budget process is examining that practice so that we are a little bit more consistent and that we can also maximize the return coming to the tribes as a result of those loan arrangements, as opposed to simply relying on the dividend. So I just wanted to point that out, that there are varying rates for tribal monies going into tribally owned corporations.
Absolutely. Just skipping back over to that while we're talking about it. So I always like to give the little, remember the Salazar Trust settlement? It's always for benefit of those who, it's our job to know this information, so we feel like we know it, but helping other people know it is important as well. So with the 2012 Salazar Trust settlement of 150 million, everything that went out from that, the per capita, the contribution to NARF and for land acquisition and other purposes, the 67 million that remained in the principal, we then set up the dedicated trust. So 67 million that started in fiscal 2013. Let's use my little note taker. Resolution 13147.
Yes.
If you like to keep reference docs of April 30th, 2013. So we're just almost a year past where we were paid the settlement. 67 million to go into dedicated trust. The intent for that was to create a perpetual fund for the things that Mrs. Langford was just talking about, to kind of have our stash in case something happened, but we still needed funds to operate. At that time, our tribal budget was about 30 million. So Mr. Claremont and I talked about, well, if we get the council to dedicate it to, kind of saving as opposed to spending, and also to foresee the need to have loaned capital to EKI because the dam acquisition was coming. Besides what we'd managed to accrue in the Kirk conveyance for purchase, we figured there's going to have to be some startup capital. So that was sort of the initial thoughts that were surrounding dedicated trust. And so sure enough, one of the first things that was done was a pledge, more or less, from the tribe to loan to the corporation. At that time, it was estimated to be 30 million. And then gaming was developing their expansion plans, and they originally came up with almost 28 million. The council did not want to approve the scope of the Grey Wolf project, so they cut it down and removed, I believe it was the hotel part, And so gaming's loan was only about 22, but they'd also gotten renovation loan for Quatonic of about 5.4, and then a smaller loan that was tied to other expansion. So as we have said, very similar loans in the structure, but very different terms. So looking at how the dedicated trust income, so you got to remember, we're not talking about the corpus of the fund, which is 34 million as of the end of 25. So as that corpus is going in investment and the repayment of the loans coming in and the rental of Polson Post Office, which was another expend from the fund. We bought the post office, turned around and now lease it back to the Postal Service. This income is all that we can talk about in the budget process. So anytime you see this, we're not talking about what is in the principle of the fund. That's a whole different path in a different way. So up to 97% can be spent. It's hovering around 2.5 to maybe 3 annually for the last 10 years. We had 1 year where it was a tanker, as I like to call it, and thank God it was only 1 year and 10. So year over year, that income kind of a little bit fluctuating. We then turn around and budget some very specific, very significant programs. They are almost universally tied to culture and language. So in dedicated trust, we are contributing to Inclusum. We are supporting both of the language programs. We are providing for the powwows, and we are supplementing the Two Eagle River School for their language program instruction. So it's about currently 2.6 million that is in the budgeted programs. We have not ever spent, I think maybe 1 or 2 years when we looked at it, Patricia, all of that income. We have an accumulated unspent income of 4.5 million at the end of September 25. One of the proposals that I've expressed to Mr. Spar is the needs at the celebration grounds. It would be my recommendation that you consider the current year that might be needed because it's not going to be much. They're kind of out of time, but I'm understanding there's some immediate needs to put toilets and showers and temporary structures of that nature. It's my suggestion that this be the draw source for that. And I have expressed to him, I said, I don't believe this is something that would not be approved. And I think it's our position to always assure the leaders that we don't look for money or find money. We already know where it is, and we know how much it is in relative terms. So trying to express that idea to you and to not be feeling like you are held by something. We would suggest that, and I guess I'm anticipating it's not going to be a large amount. The estimate I saw was 100,000 to place mobile showers at both celebrations. Just that comment. As well, I am being informed of a proposal from the Sanka community, an idea they would like to get a language school started. So they're in the preliminary stages of that. And like the other school that you are making contribution to, this would be the source I would recommend you identify should you approve that proposal either in the coming year or in the future. Any more thoughts on the dedicated trust? I just want to mention too, the rule by the resolution 13147, if you were to draw into that corpus or the principal amount now, you have to have 8, 9, or 10 council voting in favor of that. You could rescind the resolution and start over, but I just wanted to mention that. As I said, there was a draw on that to purchase the post office. And I expressed to the director that I didn't know if there was a super majority that approved that, but I said I could interpret it that you applied unspent prior year revenue and you covered it that way. So there's technicalities here because you know, I just always want to be certain of what has happened with this funds. As some of you recall, there was some very definite ideas about what should have happened to the fund. So I always try to be extra, thorough and explaining, well, this is what's happened and how it's happened in case anyone ever had a question about it. Anything else? Oh, we skipped around again. Good. Third party. Corporate. Okay. I think I'm going to move right straight now into the revenue sharing. This is another one I really love talking about because of what it's about. Revenue sharing is one of our newest revenues through the tax revenue sharing with state, starting with the motor fuels and then adding alcohol and cannabis. What we are now seeing is just over a million, 1.1 million, I think is the projection. This is what is funding the elders assistance payment, and it is also a dedicated revenue. So even though there might be an unexpended balance in there of like 1.7, I think it was we will never recommend that you draw on this for any purpose because you dedicated it for elders assistance. What we have been doing since we started that was fiscal 15, which would be January of 2015 was the very first payment we issued, and it was $500. And then I look at the CPI year over year, and I think it wasn't until 3 or 4 years ago, we increased it to 600 because we'd gone a long time and the CPI change suggested it should increase to that. So we did that increase. We looked at the CPI again and it increased this past January. So we are now at exactly where we should be if we were frozen in time. Paying 700 that we did in January has preserved the purchasing power of the original $500 that we started with in 2015. If there was really unchanged in the CPI by the time we get to next January, I'm just going to suggest it probably won't increase. But this is one that because of the nature of we don't want it to be losing and be very protective of that revenue. Unfortunately, I'm concerned because of the gas prices now, even though it's derived from the tax and people may tend to buy less fuel. They try to buy less. The tax amount is the same, but it's per gallon. So if people are really curtailing their purchases, we might see a little bit of a change in the coming year. We'll know in July what our share of the tax revenue is. So hopefully, because this price increase is right now and we're actually looking back, we might not see it for a while. Alcohol tax revenue is actually going down. I don't know how I feel about that, but it's rather interesting that it's going down. Again, that's a consumptive tax. So if people are buying less, then there's less. But the cannabis tax is going up and it's surpassing alcohol tax. So cannabis has really been a big increase, and it's what really allowed us to do those inflationary increases to the benefit. So hopefully this revenue will keep sloping upward and we'll be able to continue this payment.
Sorry, Ruth.
You bet.
I know that you asked if we had questions and I missed it. I'm slow, but back to the dedicated trust supermajority. So did that happen? I mean, was it that building, was there not a supermajority, or could you be more clear on that?
Yeah, I would have to actually look at the minutes because as I said, I wasn't present or like directly there. But I did ask about it later because I have to know.
Well, and I think the council does too, because I think that was a big part of that dedicated trust because it was where that money goes. So
Yeah.
I just think council needs to know for sure what happens with that dedicated trust.
We will definitely check that for sure and let you know, because then I will know. Looking for information is always fun.
And on revenue
Go ahead.
sharing,
Sorry.
they're dependent also on the actual population that we have.
Correct.
So that's something to always remember.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is a really important part of that because that's what calculates our share. The total tax revenue is, say it's whatever it is, and then we give a count of our on-reservation population of members. My recollection is it's around 5,500, give or take. And then that as a percentage of the total state population, then we get our share. So be nice to have a bigger population. That's just me. Rec permits, this is one revenue that has been really exciting for me to watch. And you just look at the chart. I mean, we've doubled or almost tripled actually. We held down, I mean, what did it used to be, $20 recreation permits? It was like a flat amount, never changed. And finally, we imposed rate increases beginning in 2020. We were seeing a pretty heavy impact on tribal lands, recreation areas, perhaps as a result of COVID. I'm never really sure. But anyway, that revenue trending up has been pretty significant. This is one that it's not absolutely restricted, but per the state tribal agreement, we would, I would think, show that the resources are benefiting fish and wildlife management. There's only one program that's directly attributed to this, and that's Fish and Game. They have had an increasing need. We expect they're going to grow their spend because they need to add more resources to their activities to do more, so to speak. So it's good to see that this revenue is trending up, and they would be expected as well to keep incrementally raising the rates on the permit that's itself and any of the stamps or other attendant fees that they're charging for that. Okay, revenue sharing. We talked about that already. Talked about gaming. I think we're done. Kind of getting into, if there's no further questions, we'll just sort of make some comments. I think Patty has a comment.
Good, Patty.
I just wanted to make just an observation, a comment about the recreation permits. In the work that Ruth and I do and in the revenue projections, we'd really like to see a report that shows, you know, what is impacting the increase in recreation permits revenue. Is it due to more people getting permits, or is it because of the rate increase?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we'd like to see some real solid numbers on that. You know, just so that we can get a better view of it and see how it's projecting, and then, you know, if rates can be increased, and, you know, it also help us know like how many people are out there. So that would be really great for us.
Yeah, it does. As I was saying, the requests that they may have to increase the number of officers, they had an increase to have an animal control officer, or I guess animal conflict officer, specifically to deal with that. I guess every animal wandering the res is a tribal animal because that's where they call. It's either a skunk, a bear, whatever. They call the tribe. But in any event, as she has said, we're not sure if the revenue increases just because of the cost. I mean, maybe we're not even selling the same volume, but we're charging more. So it would be a relevant data point that they should provide us. Getting into what does all this mean? Projected 62 million. It comes out as a decrease, but only because we can't show corporate dividends. The real major point, though, is that whatever the revenue is, we are already budgeted beyond that. And this year is a good example of that. We expect to pull up to 30 million from reserve, balancing that off against what corporate dividends have come in. Well, we're not collecting 30 in corporate dividends. At most, we're going to get to 20. So hold that in mind. The only thing that can change that is programs don't fully expend, and that is usually what we see. We might estimate large amounts for things like facilities projects, and then just because of time availability and so on, we don't actually get there. But it doesn't mean the need isn't going to carry forward. So we still look at that. Offsetting, as we said, from those dividends is just so critical. We're not gonna, move away from that thought or that discussion. Unless you decide to go on the cut side. I really dislike those, had to go through those 2 times in my tenure. It's not very enjoyable. Any comment? So again, the challenge is lots of things, global conflict now, the sheer economy. I dislike looking at those, but have to. I have a pretty strong concern about what it's going to do to our investment side, even though we don't project that in these numbers you just saw, for the very reason, if they're projected, you come to rely on them. So we would rather just, not include them and kind of go with what the judgment of our fund management folks are doing. And I imagine they have done things to stay in line with our risk tolerance and what's really actually going on. Elections, it's pretty obvious that the lawmakers are the ones that are holding the federal purse strings. We've seen some pretty concerning activity coming out of the administration just in the last 13, 14 months, and doing some really, things I had never ever seen before, trying to even stop the flow of funds that had already been awarded and even obligated, trying to, suggest that whole departments or programs would just simply be wiped out. And in our federal, big federal awards like the compacts, as I said, we already know what IHS is going to be for the coming year, and it's not going up very much. I mentioned to the budget committee, because of the discussion with Housing Authority and their water and sewer program activity, that the administration seemed to be taking a swipe at even that project funding. So, tribal members, Indian eligibles that have the need for water or sewer services may not happen because of lack of funding. It impacts the tribe's ability to even plan and develop housing because of those limitations, unless we're going to fund it ourselves. We continually hear and are alert to funding that might be just no longer available, grant programs that once we've ended them that may not be returning, and all of those program staff and activities tied to that. The general fund obviously remaining very unchanged. It's very predictable now. We are in the last year of spending in our ARPA, the 80+ million that came down in 2021. So finishing up those projects that were largely tied to either facilities or to the assistance that was provided to the homeowners, the hazardous tree removal, and a few other areas like that. Those are ending the end of 2026. So kind of examining what our revenue opportunities are. As I said, our just informal instruction or advice was to have them propose increases to rates, fees, and so on, to try to create and enhance new revenue streams, to look at, what could be perhaps turned over out of a tribal program and into, say, either a business enterprise or something, promoting the growth of those corporate activities because of our need for that revenue to come back for tribal government spending. Really trying to strengthen what's going on in the local economy around us. We are just, I'm a consumer. I got paid Tuesday, and boy, everybody else did too. Because that's the nature of how not only the tribe lives, but how people live. And trying to turn around those dollars as much as possible. In the economic terms, it's turning the dollar over. Trying to, if I can spend my dollar at a tribal-owned, I just soon pay the tribe. I exclusively buy gas at Quicksilver and Grey Wolf. I don't buy from anybody else. At least I'm giving it back to a tribal business. But trying to really look at, what people need and provide for that in an economic venture of some sort. Trying to leverage the water compact towards resource programs and relieving the general fund spending of that. We're going to work really hard to do that, to try to push allocations towards the water compact to the extent that we can. as we see the highest priorities of the tribe in all of this spending, I just had you do a budget or appropriations mod. We're up to 373 million. We're only halfway through the year. I would expect we're going to get over 400 by the time the year is over. The biggest part of that is the water compact, if it as a single function is 75, but the tribe is right behind it at 73. So, you know, keeping that is always at the forefront of my thinking. And in that tribal spend, then I say things like, if a federally funded program like a grant or whatever is gone, I will not recommend that the tribe pick it up. That'll always be kind of my immediate response. I've said that to the programs, and I'm going to continue to express that in the work that I do for these reasons that I've listed here, to preserve jobs for the benefit of tribal members, to keep all employed currently that are in these important functions, to maintain services for the population. As inflation's going up, as prices go up, as housing is virtually impossible for some, we're dealing with homelessness, we're dealing with underhousing because of economic conditions of our people. And they have not a lot of opportunity to change that for their benefit, to always perpetuate, maintain culture. The sole reason why we would, without question, advocate if a Sunka school is being developed and conceptualized, it should be supported. To what level is your decision? But that's kind of an automatic yes to that. And always the protection of our lands and resources. This is one of my greatest fears in the current administration, that they are trying to look for ways to not protect that for tribes. They think treaties are just kind of a abstract thing. They have an interesting idea about trust responsibility. They sort of think a hands-off approach is best for tribes, but that also means, yeah, you're going to have to do that all yourself. But this last one is really goes to who we are as people. It goes back to all of the other things that are there. Without that, you know, we are not who we are. And we have to leave something to those that are coming after us. And that will always be my priority in the work that I do for you.
Questions for Ruth or Patty? Bing and then Carol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ruthie, you're talking about gas from Grey Wolf and over here. You know, last Monday, I stopped at Grey Wolf and got 5 gallons of gas in a can. I went to pay for it, and then I went and got the $19 on my card. And then next thing I know, my wife says, "Hey, how come you had a $150 charge at Grey Wolf?" And I said, all I got was $19 worth of gas. I told her, that's all I got. She said, well, there's a $150 charge here plus your gas at Grey Wolf. So I asked gaming about it. Why did I get charged $150 for $19 worth of gas? But they turned around and told me that Conoco is doing that, taking $150 out of your checking or your checking account when you buy gas with those cards. And I said, well, they said, well, they'll get it back to you by so when. But the deal is on this, the person doesn't have that $150 extra in their account and you want to go to the store and buy something else, guess what happens? You've got an overdraft. You know, so you're going to have to pay whatever it is, bound on overdraft on that account. So I was wondering why is Conoco doing that with gaming if they doing it all over like that, you know, to the people? Because I never got charged like that at Conoco station at the Y for when they used my credit card, but at Grey Wolf I did. So I just wondering if what the deal was on that.
I do know that whenever you charge at any of the stations, they put a hold on your account for a certain amount. They don't actually charge it, but it could be easily $150 they put a hold on. until they actually receive the amount. Yeah, and then the hold is released. They actually receive the $19 and then release the hold on everything else. And I guess that's in place because as soon as you use the card, they don't know how much fuel you're going to take. So they're protecting their interest by putting a hold on your card at a certain level. I know I went to fill two cans like that and used the card twice, and I was denied the second time because I didn't have that balance here about 5 years ago. It's not because they were actually charging the card that full amount, but they put the hold on. Go ahead, Jamie.
I found out that a way you can bypass that is instead of, if it's a debit card, push credit, because you know they offer those.
Yep.
And the other thing is to go in the gas station
Yep.
and run the card, and then they don't do the hold.
Yep.
Because it's the gas stations that do it. Some of them are only $50 and some are more.
Yeah, after I had that happen, I'd go in and actually, I always knew I needed 10 gallons. I'd go pay for 10 gallons. And they don't put a hold on them. Pay ahead of time in the station. So.
Oh, that was a good comment because you're absolutely correct. They do put a like a hold, but I tend to credit card my gas all the time because I'm just kind of suspicious putting my debit card out there for stuff. So I thought I'll just credit card it and then move my money over to the credit card account. But yeah, good to know. I just want to conclude with in this review and acceptance of the revenue report. Our next step will be back to the budget committee. So April 15th, we will then start talking about what we call the allocation targets. And some of the information might move a little bit from here, but in general, the other policy is once we get your approval of this, we then put it out there to the organization so that they can kind of know the picture that we're showing the leadership. They hear it from when they're preparing the numbers, but then they finally get an opportunity to see the whole thing and see what we are expressing. So it'll be posted to their budget places so management can look at it. We've not ever put it like, say, on the tribal website. If you wanted such, you could certainly request that and I could make that happen, but it would be your call. This is just to move the process along, and we do share that with the organization. So there's nothing hidden in the name of transparency and accountability. Everything you know now is what they will know. Feel free to, direct any questions maybe that you don't know answers to back to us. Share that best as we can. So April 15th, Budget Committee, we will either be in, the council conference room. We're running on the same day as financial leaders training. So we've got a little bit of overlap and even though I'd scheduled the chambers, I realized we're on the very same schedule. So I had to find the alternative locations. So you all should have gotten that notice. I think the general understanding is any council members can attend those. But right now I'm only inviting the committee. I didn't mean to not invite anybody, but just wanted to make sure the committee knew. We were trying to address the kind of the protocol of the committee in the first meeting, but we didn't get to that because we only had 2 of the council members there.
And I'm sorry, Ruth, I'll be gone on the 14th too. So
I'm going to start taking this personally. You just don't want to come. But anyway,
Patty.
Good to know.
I'm sorry. I know that this was a bit ago, but I did want to just reiterate to Vice Chair Jamie Puff that just back to this dedicated trust real quick. The 4.5 million is the unexpended 97% of the earned income. So the 4.5 million is what we have in the dedicated trust that we were thinking that you could use for powwow grounds. And, if Kasanka comes forward with an ask or something, that we are really recommending that is used for those purposes.
Entertain a motion to accept the report. Motion by Jamie. Second by Carol. All in favor? We're unanimous. Thank you,
All right.
Ruth, Patty.
Thank you. We'll see you soon. I better not mess with that.
Morning, Janet. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Velda. You have to have your mic on, Janet, for Velda to hear you.
Velda, do you want to start or would you like me to?
Oh, I guess I can introduce our topic. We are working on the transfer of assets to the SQK Quality Meats Corporation. And so we need to do a subrecipient form to transfer the IAG grant funds. We also need to do an MOA to specify all of the activities and everything these grants entail to fulfill and comply with our OESTA agreements and all of our state fundings, and also the Indian Agricultural Council grant. So we can go through this item by item, give you some more information, and tell you how we expect to transfer our assets. So I believe Janet is there. So if you want to go through, I guess we'll start with our subrecipient and then our MOA.
So
Okay.
I'll go through the agenda request if that's okay, Velda.
Sure.
So just essentially on page 56 of your packet, as Velda said, there are certain objectives and activities that the tribes need to fulfill for the three grants that we have, the three remaining grants that we have for the meat processing plant project. And we have some funding remaining for some operating and payroll costs. We don't have the exact amount. We're working on that because we ran into some construction delays because of all the snow melt and all of the rain that we got last week and the week before. It just caused a lot of issues. So we're probably going to have to install sump pumps in the crawl spaces. There was some water, there's only about a half an inch left now, but we have two big stormwater retention ponds. They were full at capacity and the snow melted so quickly and there was so much that dumped all at once that it didn't have time to drain off of the site. So they've been pumping and they're fixing it and it's getting much better, but we'll probably have to mitigate that so that if it happens in the future, we can get that pumped out of the crawl space. We have ventilation systems already installed in the crawl spaces and we have fans that are part of the construction that will remain there to keep everything moving, and heaters even in the crawl space to keep the pipes warm and everything throughout the year. But, you know, we just, this was an unforeseen cost that we're going to have to cover. We still have money in our construction budget, so that's a good thing. But, pardon me?
So when, I'm trying to remember the engineering from Jacola, was Jacola's one that, when they were doing site testing and they installed, and they did test, they did drill a well, correct?
They did soil borings throughout the property. Where all the buildings would be located, where the parking lots would be located. They did multiple, at least 12 or 16. I can't remember the exact
It's
number.
just soil boring. They did not do the wells, the test wells. And the reason why I ask is because, I mean, that would be the tests that would identify if we were on the aquifer or not. if we were on a wetland, I should say.
So,
Right.
so we checked everything. We checked wetlands, we checked floodplains, we checked everything. And the soil borings tell us if you can see that there's modeling in the clay where water could have been. And what we found was that the soils where we were going to put the foundations of the building were too soft, and we had to bring gravel in to support the foundations and compact that gravel. And that was basically, again, for building support, foundations, all of that. They didn't find that there was a significant amount of water running through, but those are clay soils out there. And Ronan has a lot of clay soil. And we've seen this in all over Ronan. We've had this issue. We decided to do crawl spaces rather than slab on grade. Doers doing slab on grade foundation. We did crawl spaces because so we could maintain the plumbing underneath, the wiring, get to that in case if a water line broke and we were on a slab foundation, we'd have a big mess. So that's why we went with crawl spaces. You know, in my opinion, I feel like I'm glad it happened now while we still have the construction contractor on board and the engineer on board. So we can fix it now. Because if this happens in the future and we have another climatic river, basically atmospheric river event like we had a couple weeks ago, we can address it and not have to come in after the fact and reconstruct it. So we can fix it now.
Okay, just out of curiosity, so with this type of construction, do we have any kind of like warranty?
Yes.
The companies?
Yes.
Something like this happens, they have to come back and.
Well, we have a 1-year warranty, so hopefully if anything goes wrong within the next year, we'd be able to identify it and then have to come and fix it.
Okay, so right now, today, are we still pumping water out?
As of yesterday, there were only a few puddles in the crawl space and they were about a half an inch deep. So
what was the deepest they were?
they said it was at the most 3 inches.
No.
You saw more,
I
but
was
you
thinking
didn't
about
measure
14,
it.
16 inches.
But you didn't get in.
Well, there was a ladder in there and it was over the second rung.
It was over the second round.
14 to 16 inches of water?
Yeah.
And I didn't get in there and measure it, but that's.
Well, it's the second, it's be like a 4.5, 5 foot ladder, and it was over the second step on the ladder, so it's at least 14 inches, I would say.
So what we found was the electricians and the other contractors had come in and they hadn't sealed up some of the penetrations into the foundations. So we made sure to go around and get all of those sealed. And we also found that they had to do an additional sealant on the outside of the concrete on those crawl spaces. But the Freesley units themselves, the processing plant, this was the office trailer that Jake is talking about. And the other thing is
I was just thinking 14 to 16 inches of water. I mean, water like that would have to come up from the ground, right?
That's yes, we're assuming that that's it. We wanted to eliminate first the penetration issue, and then also we had pulled out some concrete next to the office trailer because it was sloping the wrong direction. And we had pulled that out and that was all gravel underneath where that concrete was. So we think what was happening is all that snow that was in the courtyard was melting and draining down next to the office trailer and then getting under the footings. So we've got storm drains. They were at capacity. They had to be pumped out. And then after those storm retention ponds were pumped out, then the water could start draining toward those ponds again. But they were full, and that was because of this atmospheric river event. Plus, we had topsoil stored at the south end of the property, and so water was pooling there, and that will be gone. That topsoil is going to be moved, and so that pooling won't happen again. So it's exactly. So the engineer, unfortunately, was on vacation this week. So when he gets back Monday, he's got a lot to do. Okay. Yes, we will. Thank you. I just wanted to be upfront with you on that. Sorry it took so long.
So the gravel you used to support the footings allowed the water to come into the.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking, yeah. And that's why we need to find out, okay, will sump pumps be enough? But I know like my mother-in-law's house out by Kicking Horse, they get water every spring like this. It just happens. So we'll make sure we mitigate for it. Thank you. Anyway, so we developed this extensive memorandum of agreement, and the subrecipient agreement is an extension of that. And so the board has reviewed it and they're willing to sign it, and they're willing to take on all of the activities for their particular part of this memorandum of agreement. And so I'm going to try to scroll ahead. And I just wanted to point out right here that we're going to advance a certain amount per quarter. But also I had to add one phrase that says on the condition that the funding still remains in the grant account, because some of that might be depleted sooner than the end of May of next year. That's the date that the grant expires. Because we've been paying payroll for Jake since November. So those costs weren't factored into the original startup date for the plant, because we've had to wait until April and to start things up and start training staff because of just multiple things. We've had, it's taken time to get all of the EIN number, for example, or to get the bank account set up, or to get people trained on QuickBooks. But I think we've done pretty well to get this corporation set up in such a short amount of time, all things considered, and to get the construction done within a year. So anyway, I just wanted to let you know there's a condition that here, I just felt for safety reasons, we needed to put that in there in case we exceed the grant amount. And then the board will have to come back and talk with you about optional means of funding, a loan or something, an additional small grant from the tribes. It'll just depend on, once we have all the construction paid for, then we'll know what we have remaining for operating. So,
Okay, great.
thank you.
Yeah, I just need to understand the cash flow on this.
Mhm.
So I've heard advance and I've heard reimbursement.
Okay.
So how's it going to work?
So the grant is a reimbursement grant. So when we get, when we pay for construction, for example, and we have to submit the invoice from the contractor and then the PO that we do, we submit that to OISTA and then they reimburse us. We do a TBC and they reimburse us usually within a couple weeks. So the way it's going, so CSKT would continue that process. But when we advance a portion of money, and let's just say $175,000 a quarter right now, we've got roughly 500,000 in reserves for operating costs for the plant. But again, I don't know the exact amount. I'm getting close. So we would advance that 175,000 to them. They would send us receipts for their payroll. They would send us receipts for any operating expenses and the invoices and receipts. Then we would turn around and submit those to OISTA because the grant is with the tribes. We would submit those to OISTA and the tribes would get reimbursed.
That's kind of what I thought, but that's not what this says. Right? It says upon submission of an invoice or receipts verifying the project costs, the tribe shall pay. Okay, that means that and I don't think that's what you intend here from what I'm reading, but that's what it says. That's why I'm asking for clarity. So if the tribes are going to advance the funds to the plant, then the language needs to be changed to reflect that instead of saying that we will pay upon receipt of an invoice.
I see your point. So upon submission of an invoice, we'll just take out or receipts verifying the project costs. The tribe shall remit. And then, well, the reason it's worded this way, this is the template, the MOA template that we have to follow, the tribe's template. So that's the wording that, let's see. 100% of the project costs. So I think, and then in the subrecipient agreement that's attached, that's where we put in the amount, the subaward amount, which would be about 500,000. So I think what we can do is we can change this wording slightly and make it so upon submission of an invoice, the tribe shall remit a portion of the project costs up to so much per quarter on the condition. Does that make more sense to you?
It does, but it might even make more sense to go one step further, right? So the way this is going to work is the tribes would be advancing the funds to the plant. Then the plant would submit invoices, receipts, so forth and so on, which the tribes would then use to get the funds from the granting agency, right?
Right.
Okay, so in essence, what's happening is the tribes are, through these arrangements and through the languages that are required by funding agencies, so forth and so on, advancing to one of our own entities. Why don't we just cut them out of the loop? And why don't we just simply advance the funds to the plant and cut out the requirements on those advances from the funding agency?
Because CSKT is liable for all of that, for all of the reporting, and CSKT is liable to meet all of these activities that are in the grants. So what we had to do is we had to set this up and split out the responsibilities to make sure that the plant completes the grant activities that we said we would do. That's why.
But that doesn't affect cash flow. So,
The cash flow, it's because we need to make sure that they're, so the tribes aren't out $500,000. We want to make sure that they're getting used to the process of submitting the receipts, the invoices, the payroll, so that we can kind of work with them and get this process smoothed out. And then we have to provide quarterly reports for everything we spend. And so we need to get a report from them and their receipts every quarter. We're required to submit those reimbursement requests every quarter.
yeah, and none of that would change. All I'm talking about doing is advancing the funds to the plant as a tribe, or advancing the funds through these memorandum of agreements and all these other things that need to meet the federal requirements. I'm just talking about cutting the other parties, if you will, out of it, cutting the regulations out of it. We just do what we would be doing anyway, which is advancing funds to the plant, but we would be doing it without any interference, any requirements or issues coming in at us from the granting agency.
So by law, according to the Contracts and Grants Office here with the tribes, we have to do this MOA and subrecipient agreement. This is what we've done in the past with the EDA grants that come through, and we funnel them to S&K Business Services. We have to have a scope of work for the funds when they're advanced. And we have to have any requirements that are in the grant award to CSKT, they have to be included in the MOA. And they have to be included in a separate subrecipient agreement. It's not my law or my rule. It's contracts and grants. Thank you. So good comments. They've reviewed this.
It's just common sense how you would do it, to me, rather than making more, it seems like more work. What's the point? If there's a way for us to change the rules or something, then let's do it. Because I think it puts this guy who's never worked in our system before understanding that, wow, there's a lot of money that I'm gonna have to come up with, right? I mean, do you feel that
Yeah,
way?
well, that's what I'm, yeah, like,
Yeah, so, and that's not the case for we don't operate like that. We would never leave you hanging.
Yeah.
And yeah, so, but, I can understand why you would feel that way, but I think we just need to talk to them and say, well, how do we what do we do to to get this modified or changed. And we've done it before, a million times, I think, asking agencies how we can do something different. And they usually agree with us once we can explain it and why we need to have it done differently. So
It's our policy, right? So we can change it and, but I'm a little concerned about what that's going to do to the timeline that you have, right? Because it's going to take some time for us to change that policy. And if you're going to run afoul of the developments, and launching the business, right? We don't want to mess that up because we have a policy issue.
The reason we were thinking of a quarterly amount too, is maybe we could just say for the first quarter and then the balance for the, after the first quarter is just to get their bank account set up so that they can start doing payroll and all of that. And we're trying to get that by April 6th so they can start paying people April 5th, I believe. Because right now, Jake and Tennille are tribal employees and we're paying them through tribal payroll and then getting reimbursed. So what I was thinking is, once the grant is done, I mean, we went through this with OESTA. We already talked with them about their requirements. Everything has to be according to federal law. And they said an MOA is appropriate. And we went through this with legal. And they said this is appropriate. So we've kind of done all of our due diligence. And so I was thinking, to get these guys some money so they can get their, bank account set up, let's give them an advance. And we could just say for the first quarter, so much money, and then the balance after that. And then that would cut down on quite a bit, I'm sure, if that works for you. Does that work for you, Carol, too? Does that sound like a good compromise?
I guess what I would recommend, the path forward would be for us to approve this, as it is set up, right? Go back and address the policy issue, with contracts and grants, and with legal to streamline these types of things. Once we have that in place, then we go back and we modify this to affect that. So that way, nothing's being held up, and the development of the business can proceed independent of us dealing with the policy issue, right?
Sounds fair. So with that, I guess we're asking for, and again, everything in attachment A was reviewed by the board. They understand what their responsibilities are, and we understand what CSKT needs to do. And these are just to meet all the obligations of the grant awards, or the contracts that were signed. And the IAG grant by far is the most complicated grant. It was $7.7 million, and we had to commit to doing quite a bit of work, working with food sovereignty program, wildlife programs, culture committees. There's a lot of work in here that helped us get that grant. So, and we've completed a lot of it already. So that's a good thing too, for you to know. But there are just some reporting requirements that are left. And again, so I'll just go back to the action that we're requesting. Let's see, sorry. So just approval of the memorandum of agreement between the tribes and SQK Quality Meats Incorporated.
Greg, go ahead. Motion? Motion by Greg to approve of the memorandum of agreement. Got a second? Second by Jamie. All in favor? We're unanimous.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your comments. I appreciate it.
Sing, making meat.
Thank you for your time. Yeah, we're kind of Jake and the meat keepers. Thank you all. Have a nice week.
Did you want to come back at 1 or 1:15?
1:15
Okay.
hour. Before you leave, Len, before you leave, Jamie had an issue.
Oh, what else? So what I would just want,
An open or exec?
yeah, it could be open.
Okay. Yeah.
When we talked about the motion that Len made on the non-member contracts, and then we asked them to find out how many non-member contracts there are. So there's 331. And so I guess what personnel is asking is clarification. I mean, Jordan's over personnel, so should Jordan be getting this? Like, we have those 331 contracts been through the process or not? And I think personnel is not quite sure with the action. So I think Jordan's over personnel, so I was just hoping that we could ask Jordan to bring something back. Like, direct him to give us clarification on this and what action that we want to take.
Thank you for bringing that up, Jamie. I think my intent at the time, because knowing, I wasn't aware of that, how many non-member contracts were out there, but I'm sure all 331 don't end on 1 month, right? So I still would like to see all of these contracts advertised so the membership could see or have that opportunity to apply for these jobs if they qualify. But it was just, yeah, it was a matter of making sure every position within our organization is being advertised. And at some point in time, I would also like us to move forward with doing review and approval of these contracts. And they don't have to be all of the contracts, probably at a certain amount with certain positions. Probably I would start by saying maybe the supervisory position within the organization that we review and approve. So.
Yep, we're already in place with department heads. Go ahead, Greg, and then Carol.
Yeah, I just wanted to go one step further and require each department that has a contract, require them to develop a workforce development plan that will show how they are going to put a tribal member into that position. They either have to do that or they have to request a waiver from that policy. In other words, they would have to either come up with the workforce development plan that is going to show how they're going to get a tribal member into that position, or they're going to have to come up with justification for a waiver for why they shouldn't do that. But I think that is a way of getting us off of dead center. I remember back in the 80s, we were talking about this issue. 40 years have passed and we really have not made significant headway. And I think we just need to formalize a way of making headway because it isn't happening.
Carol?
Yeah, I think we go through these sometimes because, and I'm not saying that in this situation, but some people just don't like people. And it's easier to get rid of, I mean, I'm being honest. I'm just trying to be as honest as I possibly can. But in the other instance, we're talking about doctors, dentists, we're talking about everybody and critical people that run our health services. And there's other people in this organization that you advertise and they're just going to look for another job and find some other place. And then we start having to train and do all of that. We need to think through this. We can't just carte blanche the whole organization. You need to think of the critically important issues. If we had tribal member doctors, I would hope that they would think about coming back, but I know a few that don't want to come back. So, I think we do whatever we can in situations, but only 2 people put in for that job. and the first person I wouldn't have considered as tribal member anyway. She came in here and was complaining and asked me to leave, and I'm like, see, I have issues with her. But, so I think we need to be careful, but I also agree with Lynn. He's fought tooth and nail for a long time to have this happen. But I don't think it can happen in that fashion, that we just do everybody. I just don't think it's a good idea, but that's just me.
Amy, go ahead.
I guess the point I'm making is that there is action. There was motion by, to require verification that all non-member employee contracts have been advertised prior to approval. It was passed other than Martin. We were all here. The point I'm making is that Jordan needs to find out how many there are out there or give us justification of why certain positions shouldn't, as Carol's saying. But we haven't had any feedback on that. It's just out there. And we've discussed just bringing the whole personnel, the ordinance and talking about that. And I just think that Jordan is over personnel, and I mean, I'll make a motion that he come back and give us direction on where we're going with this action that was taken, how we move forward with that. And justification for the ones, as Carol's saying, if there's a dentist out there, do we really want to advertise that position? But that action right now is saying that it should be advertised. So I want to make a motion to direct Jordan to come back with some direction for us.
Lynn, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Carol is absolutely right. Something we gotta really think through, especially with those positions that provide vital services to our membership. We gotta be careful with that because I know there were a lot of challenges even getting these people on staff to work for us, so we can make sure that our members get that. But yeah, there's just certain positions within our organization that we need to be mindful of. And like I said, I think it was just a lot of the supervisory positions within our tribal organization is something that we should be watched for. But yeah, I agree that those professional positions would need to be excluded.
I'm thinking Jordan has this responsibility and that we don't need a motion to do it, but Greg?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's also my understanding from, who was it that, I think, was it Abby or somebody that just sent us the email going back and researching this, that in essence, Martin was correct. I mean, he wasn't opposed to it, but he basically said, we already did this, so it's redundant, right? So it's my understanding that the action has been on, the council took action some time back to require those contracts to be advertised and approved. Is that correct?
I think all initial, not approved. And I think it might have been action that all initial contracts, not that renewals.
That's all.
I think that is in the policy. Let's break for lunch. Back at 1:15. Yeah, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, good afternoon, Tribal Council, and to our elders that have joined us today. Also, I want to thank them for being here. Wanted to talk to you guys about Three Chiefs Culture Center. It started as the People Center in the fall of 1990 as a museum, cultural education center, and operated very nicely until the fire of 2020. Since that fire, we've reestablished ourselves as Three Chiefs Cultural Center, honoring the chiefs of our three tribes, the Salish, Kasanka, and Kalispel. We are more than a museum. We are a curation archive center. We are a gift shop. We are a culture center with cultural education programming. We are a place for people to come and learn about who we are as Skalig Aksmaknik. We've given more than 100%, each one of us, in the success of each of our programs within the center, everything that we do. We respectfully share our tribe's cultures, traditions, stories, and lifeways in everything that we do. We have guided museum tours, traditional art classes, traditional history presentations, supporting our membership artists in purchasing their products for resale in the gift shop. We have a lot of hats that we wear as the staff at Three Chiefs Culture Center, not only within our center, but within our tribal education department and other tribal departments, volunteering our times to projects that they have going. Three Chiefs isn't just a name or a title. It's something that reflects who we are, Skalig Aksmaknik, and where we come from. Our chiefs lead our ancestors to hunting grounds. Our chiefs led us places to live, our ancestors places to gather, fish, and fight for our rights to be here today, Salish, Kasanka, Kalispel. At Three Chiefs Culture Center, we show our respect and our honor of our ancestors in all that we do. It is our mission to provide public education on aspects of traditional lifestyles and histories of our tribes as sanctioned by our tribal elders. Our mission will bring people together, promote a healthy way of life. Everything that we provide will foster the awareness and understanding and appreciation of the Salish, Kalispel, and Kasanka people as it is passed from generation to generation. I know that's really quick explanation of who we are and what we do. We've come a long way since the fire, 2020. We've rebuilt all of our programs. We've added to our programs, and we have a lot more in store coming up within this year, some new programming. But before I continue with my request, I'd like to introduce my staff. Nadia Adams is out with her child who's sick, so she's off work this week. She's our education coordinator, in charge of a lot of the activities and public programming that we have at Three Chiefs. And to my left, I have Lucy Charlot. She's our gift shop manager, and I'm going to let her say a few words if she chooses.
Thank you. I'd just like to request that we need a bigger building. And I know most of you come shop there and you see that the gift shop is bursting at the seams. I could fill it with way more stuff than that's in there. But yeah, we need a bigger space for the gift shop.
And this is Gray Johnson. He's our curation technician.
Good afternoon, Council. I can only speak to the needs of the curation facility and the collections as a whole. So I have some figures here drafted up to further cement the need in regards to the curation in the museum collection. And for any mathletes in the room with me, feel free to check my work here. So we have for our upstairs vault, which houses our archival materials that consist of historical documents, of which there are 896 individual documents, 16 papers and books comprising our library materials, and over 4,193 photos and 24 individual paintings. This is what survived the fire. This is what we have now in our sessions. Of the 271.84 and some change square feet, it's estimated at 26.5 square feet are available for storage of the materials. That meaning 90.25, 90 and a quarter of available space is occupied. This means, we have had to turn away donation items, and that's not really conducive to our mission. And to speak to the downstairs vault, which holds our material objects, that could be anything, geologic, historic, including natural history, art. This also includes regalia. 96.3% of that space is occupied. We have 14.5 square feet available. 472.23 square feet is already occupied by materials that have survived the fire. And again, similar story is, you know, our archivals, we are just not able to intake any more materials or objects, even if we would like to. Again, it's not that great. You know, our exhibit space is very limited, although we do have exhibit space at our casinos, Quatucknook and it's been a while since I've been there, Grey Wolf, and you know, the upcoming 400 horses, which is making exhibit space for us as well. So I suppose that'll free up some of our exhibit space at Three Chiefs to do more with. However, again, you know, we're unable to receive donation items, even if it's items we bid on through auction or any kind of repatriation efforts. That's really unfortunate. It kind of makes my job a little more dull, I suppose. Like if I'm not able to take in things, you know, our items of cultural matrimony and patrimony. As far as the physical limitations, I note that our humidity levels in our exhibit jump anywhere between 25 to 30% due to the windows in our exhibit space. Again, not conducive to housing collections, especially those of sensitive nature, skins, things like that. Unfortunately, we don't have a elevator, which I discovered is kind of a problem because some of the items are large and bulky, and although I can haul them up and down the stairs, that's, you know, we're really rolling the dice there. I mean, you know, these are items 50, 70, 100 years in the making and surviving, and it's not a great look to be hauling them up and down the stairs all the time, you know what I mean? Again, limited exhibit space, and the last thing I can say, I mean, you know, when we're looking for grants and we're talking to philanthropists and donors and trying to crowdsource funding for another facility, one of the questions we get asked is what is our capacity to serve the greater community and the region at large? And unfortunately, at our given space right now, we're just not able to function at the capacity that the People Center was able to. And that kind of diminishes our chances at appealing to some of these larger philanthropic efforts. So I guess in short, trying to be succinct as possible is it's just not a good look right now. And the last thing I have to say is all of you guys are welcome to come. I mean, I know many of you guys frequent the gift shop and everything. Drop on downstairs. Let's go through. Let's look at the collections. Let's tour the facilities, both upstairs and downstairs vaults, so you guys can see firsthand. We, as Lucy said, we're bursting at the seams, and we can't do our people and our ancestors justice in this manner. And those are really, as far as curation and exhibits are concerned, those are our biggest issues being raised at this time. So yeah, thank you for your time.
The one thing that Nadia did ask me to be sure to bring up to the council is the lack of handicap accessibility. There's, you know, trying to get a wheelchair up out of the parking lot onto the sidewalk. If you don't have assistance, then they can't get up by themselves to get into the building. We had the going away dinner for Jerry Hewencorn, and after she retired, and we had an elder come to the dinner, and she's in a wheelchair. The chairlifts that were put into the building, the first chair wouldn't work. We couldn't get it to work for nothing, so we ended up carrying her down. My husband and Gray got her down the first flight of stairs. We got her under the chair down to the second flight, and then coming back up, we had to do the same thing to get her upstairs. Nadia had a huge class there where one of the students is handicapped and was in a wheelchair, and his teacher ended up carrying him down and then his wheelchair. The concern for that is not only getting them up and down, but if there was a fire or an emergency, there's no emergency exit. Those windows are made for a bank, so they're shatter resistant. You could throw something up against it and it's not going to break right away. So we're concerned about the safety of anybody that's housed downstairs or comes down for any of our programming. You know, this morning we had a staff meeting, and
we had all these things that we wanted to share with you guys and talk about this current building and what our needs are. But we decided to just keep it brief and come back at another time because we want to share a lot with Tribal Council regarding Three Chiefs, the collections and everything that we do. Having a few minutes to give a brief update just doesn't, to me, get the whole story to you guys like we want it to be. Today's request is for a new building. And it's also for purchasing, or I know that you guys have already purchased it, but we would like to request the site where the Allied Waste Services is in Ronan as the new site for Three Chiefs Culture Center due to the easy access from Highway 93. Right now, it's really difficult for anybody that's going northbound. If you don't know to turn there at Light Road and then come up Old 93, then you miss us and you go by. Some of the tourists have noted in their Google tour stuff or Google visit stuff that they just didn't want to turn around and come back. So next time they would try and see us next time. So that is, I guess that's my request today. I'm going to try and keep this more brief than what we had anticipated, but we request for Three Chiefs Culture Center to be rebuilt at the Allied Services land south of Ronan, and we request the facility that will have enough room to house our museum, curation facility, education room, and classroom, an event room with a kitchen, a gift shop, offices, and storage, with adequate parking and grounds for buses that during Native American Awareness Week had to park along the road and drop their students off and come up. And due to the lack of space where we're at now, we had to hold that Native American Awareness Week down to just one grade instead of K through 5. We did just 3rd grade. And, you know, that was a success, but we can't hold bigger activities there just due to the space. We were told when we were moved up here from Mission, that this is a temporary space. We were only going to be in this building temporarily. We were reminded that every time we requested an upgrade or for something to be fixed or something to be designed a certain way, we were reminded that this wasn't our permanent spot. We're only going to fix this long enough for you guys to be here because the other people moving in may not want that. So that's our request today is for a new building, funding for that new building. I know that the insurance had paid the tribes $1.17 million to rebuild, and $337,000 was the last that I knew that was coming to the tribes to replace everything that was lost in the fire. And I don't know where any of that's at.
Amy?
I wasn't here, obviously, when you guys came last year. I just actually emailed Abby. I wanted to see the action from last year. Because I'm just wondering, like, was lands involved? Was financial department? Who was involved to follow this through? And I'm just wondering what has our staff done about this?
Right. If I recall, the discussion back in July was for the same thing to move forward. The chairman said to me that he was putting me in the driver's seat to go ahead and move forward. I did work with lands. There was some land options available. And that's the only thing that came from that. There was discussion in the council meeting to try and find somebody to help with fundraising or economic development type stuff. And I don't know how or where that went from there. But I did try, started working with lands. We found a few spots, but one was in St. Ignatius, south of the Longhouse, in a corner spot of land that's being irrigated. And then the second one offered was the land in Ravalli, which there was concerns regarding buses waiting on the highway to come across if a train's going by. So that was a safety concern. So we ruled that out as well. I did email lands and called lands for a current update, but have not received anything back from them on any lands that might be available.
Jen, can you have Greg come in? I think he has some idea about what is available with respect to the insurance. Greg, go ahead, and then we'll get to Stephen.
Yeah, well, while we're waiting for Greg to come in, I can tell you from the work that I've done with him to understand what the numbers are, that to begin with, there was about 1.1 million that was a part of the insurance settlement. Of that 1.1 million, about 815,000 has gone into facilities for three chiefs. There was a sidestep, if you will, that occurred when there was a facility at Kicking Horse that was identified for three chiefs. There was about $70,000 that went into that facility. And I call that a sidestep because that didn't benefit three chiefs. Okay. The rest of the insurance settlement has gone to personal property that staff lost. There was some storage costs for some of the material that was salvaged from the fire. But the bottom line in all of that is that all of the insurance money has been expended, and the path forward is going to be one of where we literally need to start from scratch. I think the only mistake or argument, if you will, that can be made over what's happened over the last few years is there was about a $70,000 sidestep when the assumption was that Kicking Horse was going to work for you. So there was 70,000 that went into that shouldn't have, but of the other $1 million plus, that has all gone back to three chiefs in one way or the other. So that means we need to move forward. Most of it was in the bank building, renovating the bank building. So the path forward is going to require us, I think, to start from scratch, which is where I want to get to as quickly as we can. So I don't think there is much disagreement from anybody that where you're currently at is a temporary, and that you need to have much better facilities that are designed for the purpose that was intended rather than try to retrofit you into an existing facility. So that's kind of where we're at. Greg, I was trying to kill some time while we were waiting for you to come in. Hopefully I didn't misrepresent any of the information you gave me.
That all seemed fairly accurate based on our preliminary discussion. Are there any specific questions that I can answer?
It's just what Greg was talking about in terms of the insurance.
That's correct. There were 1, 2, 3, 4 insurance payments totaling about $1.1 million. And in a discussion with John Nice, we have all of the expenses associated. You're accurate, sir, with about 67, I think $70,000 is the right estimate for the working fire suppression and the upgrades at Kicking Horse. And then we have electrical, we have a variety of additional construction costs pertinent to improving the bank building. Once council determined that the bank building was to be used for this, for the Three Chiefs Cultural Center to be housed, once that determination was made, then the retrofitting and improvement totaled about $750,000 directly into that building that included the downstairs, upstairs, the fire suppression, and some other things that we have records on.
Good.
Mr. Chairman, with the sidestep of the Kicking Horse Job Corps Center,
we had planned one room or two rooms. It was the old art building at Kicking Horse would be a temporary repository, as we needed someplace for the collections to go. They were being temporarily stored at 9 Pipes, and then Montana Historical Society was taking whatever was cared for and needed clean storage, went to Montana Historical Society. So in the meantime, we chose this room. Permit said it was available, we could get it. We started getting it cleaned out. We had a sink removed. We asked for fire suppression. And then we were told that there had been 3 electrical fires in the adjoining building during their renovation. That was reported to us. Our lead conservator, Nancy Fonicello, then said, you can't put your collections in there because we're putting those at risk again, and they would not survive another fire. So we chose to back out of that. And I understand the cost of the fire suppression. I don't know what other renovation was done in there other than removing a sink. So why there was additional cost. We were also told that Property and Supply was enclosing that whole structure, that whole area. So we wouldn't have access to get in and out of that compound to use that facility. Jerry was using the bathrooms in the Property and Supply building, and then was told, once we get the chain link fence up and everything, you won't have access into our building. So we kept running into these roadblocks of using that facility. We asked about getting a door on the other side and was told, no, we couldn't do that. Those are the reasons we backed out of using that facility. You know, as a director of Three Chiefs Culture Center, I feel that ever since this whole thing started, I was at the table of all those discussions regarding the insurance, regarding the collections, regarding where we were going to be. And then the executive team came on, and I felt like all of my authority was being taken away. I wasn't sitting at those tables anymore. I wasn't sitting in those meetings anymore because I was told that they would handle it. And I mean, no disrespect to anybody, but I'm just stating facts. I never knew where the money was going. I never knew who was using it or that it was going into this facility we're in now. I would have stayed in Mission to save those costs. You know, I'm frustrated, I'm upset, and I'm very disappointed at the lack of respect that Three Chiefs staff has been receiving these last 5 years since the fire, when we've done all the work to care for these collections, to rebuild, to get us back up to the facility that we deserve to be. And I just feel like we haven't been invited to that table. We didn't know what was going on with maintenance. Every time we asked for something from maintenance, we were directed to the executive team. And we wanted to come to council and talk to you guys about this. I put in a request to tribal council and it got pulled because 2 members of the executive team met with council on your Monday tribal chairman's meetings and came back to me and said, oh, we took care of it. There's no need to go to council. So I've stayed silent for a long time, but I'm done being silent. And now I feel I'm at a loss. What do we do? Where's that money going to come from? Because it's all been expended and it's all gone to a building that has so many problems in there. We have water issues, sewer issues. We are at a point where we are limiting customer use of our facilities, our bathrooms. If they're handicapped or elderly or children, we'll let them in. But by the end of the day, our water pressure is low. We were told it needs a new pump. They're waiting for a new pump. This has been over a month. There's parts of the floor there in the gift shop. When you're walking, you can feel it like you're going to fall into that floor. The front door has never been changed to be secure. People have tried to break in before and pulled that door and it's opened.
they pushed it back. Thank goodness they didn't enter the building, but that's happened twice. The wind catches that door, flops it open, it broke. They fixed it. I mean, we have a whole list of things that's been just not safe and secure in that building. And that's another reason we start turning away. We don't do any loans to come to us for exhibits because I don't want that responsibility of somebody else's collection. But I'm not done fighting. I'm going to fight for this center, and I'm going to fight for those collections because they deserve my staff and myself to do that. Every one of those artifacts, every one of those items in that collection have meaning and purpose. So I'm asking council today to not only hear our words, but please take action to help protect those and build a facility that they deserve.
I got Stephen. Will you come to the microphone, Stephen? And then Jamie and then Greg. We need you to talk in a microphone, Stephen. Microphone.
Right here.
Sure, yeah, just talking in Mike. All I wanted to say was, people center, tree chiefs, or whatever you call it. It's really important, to all the people, the beaters and buying stuff, and besides this, putting stuff in there, the old stuff you want to save, To me, it's really important, go in there like a museum, You just see all the old stuff that we want to save, like my dad and all those people, It's a history, And it's really important to me, to all of us, and talk about it all over the place with people that beads and do stuff. They always got that stuff right there, Instead of putting it way out there, like when I go out there, I always tease Marie. I said, I'm going to get my 4-wheel drive and go over that hump, and that's in the way. And things like that, we have to have it, We got to do something about it. And I was just listening to this guy over here. How much money is here and there, And to me, that's really important. I talk about it all the time, and I say, why is it way over there? Is that a mistake they put that bank there? Why is it closed in 4 years or 5 years or 10 years? They shouldn't even have it there. So things like that is just, I don't know, To me, as a full-blood Ponderay, well, we're Indian people. We should help us, to have a place like this, To put the white buffalo there. I've been after that for years. And now you just say, well, we don't have the money. I could just go get it and throw it in my car, And you guys are, I always say, you guys are the chiefs, You could probably, I don't know how you would do it. So sell some more trees. Clear cuts. I'm always saying that, And I always don't like that word, clear cuts. Pretty soon our mountains are going to be bald. But the thing about Marie, I know she does good work, She hangs in there with her followers here, And it's important to us, all of us, not just to me, who will buy beads and whatever. It's so easy in Mission, so easy to go in there, and buy stuff while I'm going to work, That's another thing, You guys got to help, some way. somehow they're asking, you know. They're asking for help. That's why they're in here. As for me, you know, it's important. And getting the beads and do my beading, do my whatever other stuff I have to get. It's right there. Not saying, well, I have to go to Idaho to get that stuff in, or Washington. It's right there.
Jamie, go ahead.
Okay, that's all I have to say. I'm gonna take this home. Hey. I haven't even done anything.
I was just trying to help.
I just want to say, you know, like, I'm sorry that you had to wait 6 years, you know, to come forward to council and express your concerns. Because this, you know, Three Chiefs is of such cultural importance to us. And you guys have built that from, I mean, I remember when it was just a small little building. It's really built. You guys have done a great job. This is my own opinion. That's one of my frustrations, is that I think sometimes council didn't know about things because it was brought forward, and then department heads or managers can't come forward and say what you're saying. So I'm sorry for that, and I think that we as a council do need to do something. I think that there are probably options available. I know this morning we were talking about the dedicated trust fund, but I would really like to support this issue in whatever way we can. The building, I know there's a legal issue. We're trying to find out about a buy-seller negotiations, but I just want to know that I'm in full support of you guys, and I think that you guys do a great job.
Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the path that's got us here from the fire, it's just been ugly. Okay. What I want to do is I want to put that in the past and not have it be a stumbling block for how we move forward from this point. So to the degree that we feel bad about it, or that it has caused us frustration, you know, let's get that out. I mean, those are legitimate feelings, and I don't want to discount any of that. But I don't want that to create stumbling blocks for us in moving forward. My personal belief is that if you, from Evero to Rollins, the center has always been that spot where we kind of showcase who we are. It's not the casinos, it's not the tribal complex, it's not the college. It's always been Three Chiefs, or the People's Center before that. So from that standpoint, when we move forward and rebuild Three Chiefs, my belief is that we need to do that with a sense of pride and a sense of honor, not just for how we present ourselves to a lot of the people that drive up and down 93, but how we present ourselves to each other. And we take a look at the history, not just the artifacts, but the history that they represent and how important that is to us as people. So what are we going to do? Put it in a Quonset hut and say, there's our history, right? We need to treat that with the utmost of respect. It needs to be a place of honor. And it needs to say that from when you first drive up and take a look at it. Not just something that is catchy or has, tourist appeal, with the big neon sign or something like that. It has to be a place of honor if we're going to honor where we've been, honor what's in there, and honor who we are to each other today, not just to our past. So I think we have an opportunity to move forward, and I want to make sure that we don't struggle too much with the ugliness that's happened in the last few years that has got us here from the fire forward. Nobody wanted that, but let's take what it is that we have now and move forward in the best possible fashion. That's my hope. So whatever it is that we can do to do that, I'm 100% in support of it. And Marie, I respect your willingness to fight for that, but just be careful because I'll be standing right next to you.
We got Loretta and then Ray.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to acknowledge the three chief staff for what they have done, and because it's a lot what they are responsible for and what this body has charged them with. It's a lot. I also just want to remind you about our mission and our vision statements of the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes. And when I remind you that you also need to remember that this program is a part of that, our mission and our vision statements. And I've often talked about those statements, and I talk in the last 4 years, I've probably said over and over and over again, because I have so many people that I visit with and talk with that work for the tribe that don't even know that we have a mission and vision statement. And I am just appalled by that, because they're working for the tribe. That's who we are. Our vision statement: maintain traditional principles and values. The traditional values that served our people in the past are embedded in the many ways we serve and invest in our people and communities, in the way we have regained and restored our homelands and natural resources, in the ways we have built self-sufficient society and economy, in the ways we govern our reservation and represent ourselves to the rest of the world, in the ways we continue to preserve and protect our right to determine our destiny. Our mission: be guided by traditional principles and values. Our mission is to adapt traditional principles and values into all facets of tribal operations and services. We will invest in our people in a manner that ensures our ability to become a completely self-sufficient society and economy, and we will provide sound environment stewardship to preserve, perpetuate, protect, and enhance natural resources and ecosystems. This is who we are. This program represents us in every facet. They need to be at the top of that because they educate and perpetuate. They shouldn't be feeling like they're not important. And that's how I feel that they're feeling, is like they're not important, and they are important. So we need to rekindle that
vision and mission statement and remind everybody that that's who we are. When you come to work for the tribe, that should be the first thing that you're handed is this is our vision and our mission statement. That needs to be at the top of everything. And the Three Chiefs Cultural Center is important to all of us. It should be important to all of us. Thank you.
Gray, go ahead.
I just wanted to speak to some of the points that you made, Greg, about, and again, I'll acknowledge that, I mean, let's be real here, I'm the new guy, like on staff, but I wanted to speak to the frustration not necessarily being about so much the physical fire rather than the lack of transparency in the funding allocation to Director Terosion. So I would just like that noted. As you had mentioned, there was roughly 70K or so. I don't know if misappropriated is the word to use, maybe sidestepped or whatever. Is there any mechanism to have that relinquished back to us so that we can begin hosting events for fundraising, crowdsourcing? Is there any manner in which we can do that so we can start hosting events to fund our future? And this is a question to everybody, so.
Daniel.
I can't answer on the 70K right at this moment, but I wanted to take a moment to say I appreciate everybody's words here today and kind of helping us find direction. And it's unfortunate that we are where we are. I like what Greg said. We do have to kind of find a fresh start and figure out where we're going to get you guys. Your team's done great working with the space that you guys have. And I frequent the shop. I was just there yesterday. Allied Waste, the spot that you talked about, it's still in negotiation. We haven't closed on that yet, but we can definitely keep your team in mind as we get closer to the finish line with that. You know, it's tough because when you drive up and down the reservation, it's others telling our story, and it should be us telling our stories. I mean, the Buddhas get more, tourists than we do, and this is our home, and we need to really take pride in what we're doing. And when we make that center, the old center, it was just beautiful. It was my first summer youth employment job when I was 14 there at the Old People's Center. So it really has a special place in my heart. And I think that the education that it gives to the kids here on the reservation, when it's back up and running to its full potential again, it's sad not seeing the school buses there all the time. And like I said, your team is amazing, and in your dreams here to make this happen again and it to be back here with us. We've got a big task at hand. It's to find some money or help you guys find a way to find some money so we can rebuild this bigger and beautiful than what it was before. I think that everybody's on the same page with that. So we're going to find a way forward. I don't have the answer right in the moment, but I think we've got a good team and we can find something.
Go ahead, Carol.
Yeah, I know in the past we have budgeted, certain amounts of money to be able to start projects. And, I think if we started this budget process this year, putting 500,000 away for the People Center or Three Chiefs, then that would be a start. We could probably make a fairly, get a sizable amount to set aside. So when we get ready to actually do it, then we have the money there. And so that's what I would suggest we do. And people don't really realize how much this has impacted us as individuals, and especially somebody like myself who didn't grow up in the culture. And you realize that there's actually a place you go and you learn about things, and you don't have to feel like, wow, I'm inferior because I'm native and I'm a member of this tribe, but I don't know nothing. And that's what the Three Chiefs has done for many of us who feel sometimes displaced because we don't know. And you go there and you don't ever have to feel ashamed or bad because of something you don't know. I mean, I learned Myrna did a dress. We did a dress in the center, the People Center up there. And I've just done many things and met with many elders there, and it just brings you and it centers you and it makes you feel like, wow, I am a part of all this. And I remember talking to Myrna one day about dancing, and I told her, you know, I wasn't quite comfortable yet, and it wasn't about being ashamed or anything. It just wasn't. I just wasn't there yet, and I'm getting better and better. And look at how old I am. I'm 67 years old, and I'm finally starting to feel comfortable in my own skin when I go to a powwow and all of that. And I see others around me that they live this every single day. And I'm thinking, I want to get there someday. I will, you know. But I think a person needs to share that so they get a sense of really how much the Three Chiefs or People Center does for us as individuals, because not every one of us have been so fortunate. So, thank you.
Lucy, I'm glad to see you. Do you want to say anything? I was always happy to see you there. Marie?
I just want to thank you guys, and everybody for your wonderful words of support. It means a lot to each one of us at Three Chiefs. You know, we have a mission of our own, and we sat down this morning and went over. We just brainstorm sometimes all morning, and I tell my staff, you know, we did really good, but let's do better. How can we make this better? How can we be back on top again? And this morning was so excellent with all the ideas that came up with us three, all the activities that we want to do and that we're going to do, whether we have the money or not, we're going to do it because we want people to, like Carol said, learn and feel comfortable about being Skyly Huxmucknick. And you don't have to be raised in the culture to be part of the culture. And that's what we do with Three Chiefs. And we're going to continue to do that. There's a lot of times that we just, you know, give out of our own to make things work, out of our own collections to make things work. When we didn't have our stuff back yet, I brought things in from my home so that there'd be a display. Jerry brought things from her home to be on display. Dana donated, well, not donated, loaned some stuff for an exhibit until she needed him to dance again. But, you know, other members of the community were coming forward to help so that we could have some displays until our collections were brought home. And that just made me feel so good. And some of the ideas that you guys are going to see we're working on and that we're going to do, it's not only teaching people about our history and our traditions, but I think one of the biggest part of our people is that we have great senses of humor. And we love to laugh and we love to share. And those activities that we are planning are going to do exactly that for everybody that participates. And if we have to squeeze everybody into the little yard that we have there, we'll do it as safely as possible. And we've reached out to a few other places to utilize like their field or use the gym for something else. And I know that what we do is important to everybody. And I feel it from our elders, from Stephen, who comes, whether he gets across that mound or not, he's there, to Lucy, who stops in on a regular basis. And I can't even think of the two ladies that come from Elmo Way. It seems like every 2 weeks just to be there and buy a few things. And you know, some people, they'll call to see what we have or they come by, and they're the ones that we do this for our elders, for our young people. We have young kids that come in from the high schools that are learning how to bead, and now they're there buying supplies. You know, Nadia holds her Friday classes for anybody to come in and learn how to bead or sew or just be there. So as long as we can keep our doors open, we will. And I'm leaning on you, our tribal council, to help us to get the funding that we need to rebuild. And I just thank you guys all for your time and appreciate you.
I know, Marie, when you started talking about dealing with lands and locations that lands might have had for you, and then you're looking at the location that's just south of Ronan. Is there a perfect location in your mind, no matter what? I would like to know that. If there is some place you would rather be, whether we own it or not, that makes sense. I would really like to know that.
You know, my son told me last month when I was talking with my family about our frustration with where we're at now and the need for a better piece of land that had easier access for the people to get to, and someplace that would be kind of central. And I want to be central located so that everybody will have opportunity to come see us and be part of us. But my son, he's a dreamer and I love it. He's, Mom, I'm going to start buying lottery tickets because as soon as I win that jackpot, I'm going to go buy that piece of land just south of Ronan that's for sale. And you'll have all that land. You can have it and you can build your center and whatever else you want there. And you won't have to go without space anymore. So I told him, I'm going to pray every day that you win, Matt. Win that lottery. But I don't know. I guess I haven't thought of the perfect place or what's available. I drive along 93 every day and I see land that's for sale and I think, oh, I wonder if that would work. And yeah, I don't know. I know that there's going to be new highway construction coming through and making the roads bigger. So we have to consider that too. And other than just being central, I honestly don't know where the perfect place is.
And then the next question is you talk about turning away donations, to not want to worry about them. How much space do you need and what do you need to accept them all?
We need
Ray,
to-
you talk about space that
Yeah.
you have and that you have a little left to take and have all of these loans and be able to house them all appropriately. How much space do you need? And Lucy, how big should that shop be? How big? And those are some of the things that we need to get a hold of, and it'll all go into that perfect place.
And really quick, before Gray answers, we had been invited to a lunch. Patty Hibbler had invited us to lunch after that meeting with council. And she asked us she gave us each a piece of paper at the table and she says, write down your dreams of what you want in the center. What do you see that you need and want? And she says, and dream big. So we did. We all took turns in writing down what we thought each one of us needed to do our jobs and expand bigger. And we gave that list to her and that's where it ended. So I will get you that list.
I would appreciate getting that list, really would.
I will share that with you guys.
Good, great.
I guess I'll answer that question with a question to council. How many cultural centers or tribal museums have you guys been throughout the nation? How many of them look like banks? How many of them have the stucco on the plaster from the outside peeling away, birds in the walls and stuff like that? I guess, honestly, this is 200 to 300 years, if not more, of history, thousands of years in the making with our geologic and our lithic collections. Every one of those phases of history can take up not only square feet, cubic meters of space. So I guess right off the top, at least 1,000 square feet per archival space. For the exhibit itself, I would like that to match. I know that's pretty far reaching and everything, but our history doesn't stop. We're going to keep intaking items for the preservation and perpetuation of our culture and our people that these represent. And so, again, to answer that question, again, I mean, I'm relatively new here, but for our upstairs repository, we at least need 4 times the space. We need more than 272 square feet and some change. Respectfully, downstairs, we need more than 472 square feet repository space. Because again, I mean, whether I'm here or not, or whoever takes over after me, as I've taken over for Jerry and her important work, the material is going to keep coming. And so we'll have to continue and keep that in mind, looking for space or expanding, because our history doesn't stop. So.
And even in the old facility, you had to rotate. And I know I had several things I wanted to see and never did make it at the rotation.
Yeah, we have, in the People Center, there was 1,200 square feet in the museum. And I can't think right off the top of my head for the curation room, but yeah, we had to rotate things, and that's what we're doing now, is we have what used to be the bank's meeting room. We had fire suppression installed there, and that's where the exhibits are exhibited there. The other exhibit area is being used for photographs or storytelling, some things that I put on loan, things like that. So we want to double those spaces.
I know when I visited so many times in the past, I was always, we could easily have 3 times this and it wouldn't be enough. I understand that. But those are some of the things we'll need to know. So no, definitely get that wish list to us. Appreciate that. Thank you. Afternoon, Joe. Anchor way. Should I say anchors away? I was afraid you were probably calling it that.
Are we ready, Mr. Chair? Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Tribal Council. Thank you for the time this afternoon. It's interesting. We came in when you were talking about space. I wonder if there's an opportunity for us in that space, and I don't know how it works. Greg's here, but I wonder if there's an opportunity for us to take a look at that space for healthcare space. And I don't want to get too far down the road, but reimburse the funds used to date for that purchase. I don't know. We would have to do some internal planning around that space and how we might use it, but it's something we can add and kind of work through about how we might use that space, what services we might provide out of there. Obviously, we have a very detailed discovery process now when we consider building, so we would kind of engage that process to figure out, what's the status of the building and structure, propose some scopes of work for that particular space. We can certainly add that to our project list if you're interested in maybe that kind of exchange at some point. Maybe you get reimbursed the insurance money so you can pursue something else for the People Center. We find a healthcare specific use for that space. Something to think about as we talk
like
about other options.
I like that. Kind of.
don't want to get too far down the road because I'm careful about those kind of things. I like to find out as much as I can about a space before we do. But we're here for a couple things, Mr. Chair. We have completed the discovery process for the Anchor Way building. As you know, I've shared those plans with you at the Health Committee meeting. If I understand the process right, Greg can help me maybe, is we need council approval to proceed with that project. Once we get that, I think it's in the procurement process. Once we get your approval, we hand it over to facilities. And I think facilities is working hand in hand with SKMM to complete the A&E process and then the construction process for the remodel process for the Anchor Way property. So I think I need formal council approval to move forward with that particular remodel project. I think once you do that, we will assign an account number. SKMMM will come in and get a task order approved for them to help us manage that process going forward.
We need a resolution.
Joe's exactly right. The new money to be spent on the 125 Anchor project is not part of their current spending authority. And so your authority here or action here would allow us to expand his spending authority for fiscal year 2025, allowing those new funds that will be made available at your discretion. These are new funding expenditures that were not on the current FY26 planned expenditures, and your approval to move forward will allow those funds to be made available.
Carol?
You say a figure? I thought today was 6 million.
We don't have a hard number yet. The rough estimate before any kind of goes through the work is about $5 million.
Okay. Do we have to authorize that before we move forward with anything, or can we see a complete plan of like making sure everything, I mean, not that I'm an expert at all this, but I'd like to make sure that we're covering all the bases when we're doing this.
I think the expansion of the spending authority is within your decision-making power now. I also believe that all along the way, tribal health, as they reach certain milestones in developing and building, the actual A&E comes to you. You should be involved in that oversight, or you should expect to see those things materialize along the way.
I don't want to get to the end and find out, God, we forgot to put in telephone jacks, which we don't do telephone jacks anymore, but you know what I mean? There was a hospital that actually forgot that.
Ports. Yeah, you'll need IT ports for your computers and access to the things. So all part of the A&E process. That's the detailed work that they will take on now. Again, once that's work, we can firm up those numbers kind of as we get more information. We just need to be able to engage in that process now to get the A&E work started. We need a budget to charge that. That's significantly more than the discovery process where they went in and analyzed the building in this space. I'm not a construction person, but I think we're on city water sewer, so that's fine. We'll have to move 40 bathrooms. I mean, every room has a bathroom and a shower, so that'll be part of the remodel process. The electrical, I think, was undersized to some degree. We'll have to add fire suppression, the sprinkler systems to that building. We have to add an elevator to it, so that's just some of the.
Make it look like the rest of our buildings, because that looks pretty darn shabby right now, I think. I mean, that's just my take, but if you want people to be proud of where they're going.
We want to make it, we want to make it a nice space. I shared the kind of conceptual designs with the council prior to the last health committee meeting. So if you check your emails, you may have a copy of this document. We are trying to make, what is it, a silk purse out of a sow's ear. It's a square hotel property. We will do the best we can with the space there to make it attractive and functional for us. So
Will you be using other parts of the property? Because that's a large property.
it shrinks a little bit. As part of the intensive outpatient services, we anticipate using the yard for some cultural activities. So yeah, part of our plan is we plan to put a outdoor covered space out there, and then Dr. Fox has some ideas about some of the other cultural activities or activities we might use that space for going forward.
All right, Greg, and then Danielle.
Yeah, so I'm assuming that we're going to be using the restricted Medicaid reimbursement funding for this. I guess regardless of where we go with that, one of the assurances that I need in this is that we don't start a project with one intention and then get 3/4 of the way into that project and then find out, oops, now we need to come in with tribal funds, or we need to switch gears here because we changed our mind about something. I want to make sure that when we kick this thing off, that we have a very clear end game in mind.
I'll be careful. We will not change our intent for that space. I have had my division directors engaged in the process with the architects all along. So they have some clear ideas about that space that they'll be using out of there. Again, they had a few meetings with the A&E firm to talk about how they want their space to look. So we certainly will not change direction. We will initially, certainly I'll talk with Greg and Ruth. Initially, we had tentatively planned that the third-party collections is a resource. So collections and perhaps some ARPA funding may still be able to use to support some of that remodel. So a combination of those two sources to pay for the remodel.
Danielle.
With the remodel, I am curious how many individuals, how many of our members this will serve once the remodel and stuff is done. So when we remodel it, I know it's a hotel space right now, we're taking out rooms. So I guess how many people for that intensive outpatient are going to be able to stay there through their treatment journey or their recovery journey?
So intensive outpatient is a day service. There's no intention for them to stay. They will have clinic space, so they will have scheduled appointments, same as we do at some of our other services. I'm trying to explain it when I have the expert here. Intensive outpatient, they have rather than a scheduled appointment, there's a commitment for 20 hours, at least 20 hours a week for them to be engaged with services. 9 to 20 hours a week. So a scheduled appointment, we may do a 30-minute appointment as part of an intensive outpatient service. They'll be engaged 9 to 20 hours a week. So the people, how do I say, they may be on site longer during the day rather than in and out. They'll be there getting some services with a therapist, if that's the right word. And then we may have some group activities centered around some cultural thing or other things as a group. So, and then also part of the building, we've got the public health has got some dedicated space in there, tribal care coordination, and then we've included a small fitness center space there. So we anticipate it is small, but we anticipate just a really robust schedule out of that space with with multiple divisions kind of providing services out of there.
I guess was a follow-up to that question is so all of those rooms that we had, we're not keeping any rooms there. I think some of the thought process when we made this decision to go with that property was because it was a hotel and some of our people coming out of treatment that might need some further assistance when they get home, continued outpatient, kind of a transitional space where there's just a lot of rooms in there that are going away now, and it's Like, I just don't know if that transitional space is being provided or intended to be provided there.
Sure, we've, Danielle, we've included 4 apartment spaces in that building, so to support that. We haven't defined what those specific uses are, but the remodel will include 4 total apartments, residential spaces, 1 on the first floor, handicap accessible, and then I think 3 other apartments upstairs. So it's a multi-functional space, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, again, if you get a chance to glance through that, it provides a lot of information about how we plan to use that space. So the request is approval to move forward. We work with Greg and Ruth to assign account numbers and a budget. Then SKMM, when they have that account number string, they will come back in and ask for approval of a task order with SKMM to help us manage that remodel project.
We're looking for a motion to provide spending authority to Tribal Health to move forward with the 125 Anchor Way project. That's what they're looking for, because they have no spending authority to move forward with a project that in place.
I don't know if we need the spending authority. I think we need approval of the project to move forward. I had the language from the procurement cost policy, but I didn't have that. Essentially, what happens is you've approved the project, we hand it over them for them to facilitate the rest of the project. Is that right?
I only use that term because that's what I heard from.
The spending authority request is correct. So coming into the 2026 fiscal year, Tribal Health has presented a work plan and has been authorized for a certain amount of spending in fiscal year 2026. This is a new project and the cash or the funds are available in their third-party account to accomplish this, but council approves the spending authority and the program or the department's ability to use those funds. And they're being prioritized as using unused Tribal Health ARPA dollars that we have received and put on deposit that have not yet been allocated or expensed. And then to the degree that the ARPA funds that are in Tribal Health's sphere, to the degree that those are used first, that they'll be using third-party collections funds, which are eligible to be expended. And I believe that coming into this fiscal year, their budget in the third-party collections expenditures were somewhere in the neighborhood of plus or minus 21 million. This would be a expansion of Tribal Health's ability to use those dollars in this endeavor here in fiscal 26. That's an increase to their spending authority. Yes, sir.
So how about you give me a number, I'll give you a motion.
Initial estimates not to exceed 5 million.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
A motion to extend Tribal Health spending authority with the Anchor Way project up to $5 million. Go ahead, Jamie.
I'll make a second with a question first, though. For those 4 places, it kind of sounds like you're not sure. And I know that homelessness has talked about possibly needing some of those. When will a decision be made on what what will be the priority? Because I think you talked about maybe staff needing somewhere. How will that operate?
I think we'll develop some criteria around residents. That part of it. Sometimes we have students come in. That's not a year-round need. So there may be a student might come in to 6 to 8 weeks at a time. So they may need some place to stay for that. That certainly leaves some room to use those rooms more effectively. So that would be the priority. We'll want to support either students coming in or for recruitment efforts to some degree. Other than that, we'll work. We can work with either the DHRD or the homeless coalition to figure out how we might define those parameters. Yeah, we just haven't worked out those specific details other than we're creating the space now. We'll figure out the rules of the road as far as that space as we go along.
Well, yeah, I'll make that second. And I just, I'm really anxious for the outpatient program. I know that the healing court is really in need of it, and a lot of our people just here on the res that could really use that. So
And I think homelessness needs another anchor way somewhere else.
Yeah.
And so that'll be a priority somewhere in the way. Got a motion by Greg, second by Jamie to move forward with the spending authority for Anchor Way. Not to exceed 5 million. All in favor? We're unanimous.
Thank you. Again, the schedule, I believe A&E takes 6 to 8 months, and then we'll add construction onto that. So we're a little ways out before we have that space to provide. In the interim, we have plans to offer IOP at the Polson Health Clinic. Dr. Fox has put together a plan to use some of that space on the 3rd floor to I don't know, call it pilot IOP, so we can start providing that service.
Go ahead, Bing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Joe, I know you stated that there's not going to be a place for the people to go to, but I think we're going to have to look into something down the road here where we're going to have to, where we can put people, because right now we don't have any place to put them right now. That goes to have some problems, that they can't even get into a state hospital to go to. And it would be nice that we had somewhere to put our people, because we don't have no place to put them, and they want to put them with our departments up here and to take care of them, and to me, I think that's a big liability on our part to do that, because, some of these people get a little bit violent, and things happen, and it's be nice that we had a place that we could put them to just, where they could be watched or whatever, and until we could find a place to send them. But right now, we don't have any place. And as we try to get them into a hospital or wherever can do it. And some of these people need psychiatric care. We can't get it. And I think we have to send them out of state pretty much now to get them in a place like this. And it's be nice if we had a home like this for them and a place for them to go, and besides, I know this is a kind of a fairly good sized facility, but I know what the infrastructure is going to have to be and everything else to take care of people like that, but it's just the idea of having someplace, a good place like that to take our people, so maybe we can look down the road. I know you won't, but maybe later on we can look down the road and see what we can come up with, to help our people.
I agree. It's complex. How do you provide housing and support for that particular population? We're certainly willing to continue to engage with the homeless group and whatever folks you have assigned to kind of address that. We're willing to play, and access to mental health care is part of that. So absolutely, I don't disagree. It's a complex issue. I think us and other departments probably need to figure out how we create a plan specific to that population. Yeah.
Bing, I do have a question. We spoke that one day and you were telling me that Warm Springs can't deny us. And do we just need to have a discussion with Warm Springs and get an agreement or something in place?
Well, my sister works at department over in Browning. And she said there's no way that they can't accept. He said, but you gotta go ahead and work with them, he said, to get them in there. He said, you know, and she said that she does that over there in Browning. You know, and she said that they have to take over there. So it's just, you know, they have to, I think our people here is gonna have to go talk to the state over there and see just what we have to do to get them in there, you know, cause I don't think that's being followed up on really a lot, you know, with dealing with these people, you know, and I think down the road here, I think that needs to happen.
I totally agree. Go ahead, Daniel.
Thank you, Bing, for bringing that up because, I mean, all of our towns have an issue with one person or another or several individuals who deal with some mental health issues. Some of it's that schizophrenic and that drug-induced schizophrenia. And it's hard because I feel like I've asked every department for over 2 years now, how do we get help? How do we get help? Courts won't send them, these guys won't send them, and everybody just passes the buck around and around. And then they, oh, well, they need a psych eval, or oh, they need another evaluation, or oh, they won't do it voluntarily. And oh, well, the courts need to order. And it's just ring around the rosies, and it's awful. And our people are suffering because of it, and the people that are in contact with the people are suffering because of this. And so I guess the question is, what's the long-term goal to address this issue?
Another piece of it is having the authority to actually get those folks, what do they call it when you did? Well, you're taking, yeah, that we have the authority to do that and the process in place to do that. We need to work on that as well.
Danielle, I don't know that I have that answer. I can share that I believe the state facility lost their CMS certification, so they can't bill Medicaid. I suppose we can inquire about whether they're taking private pays, and we might set up a payment arrangement to support that. We can ask those questions about that. I know they're working on getting their certification again to try to get that back. I don't know where they are in that process, but ideally they would have a payer, Medicaid, Medicare, you know, whatever their payer is to support that. Yeah, I mean, it's we're finding ways to spend money. It's got to be sustainable to some degree. You know, a significant portion of the folks we send to Royal Life don't have a payer. Medicaid won't pay for their care outside of the state. So we end up paying. I mean, you've seen our budget numbers. We pay $1.5 million a year on inpatient care out of state. Daniel, I don't think it's tribal health solely. Certainly, the court and how you can send people there involuntary are part of it. You know, APS, us, DHRD provides a significant amount of support to that population. So I think it's a combined effort to find a long-term strategy.
Yes, I just think tribal health is the only ones with the medical power to deem them either capable or incapable to care for themselves in one way or another medically for the courts to get that order. And so there's got to be some sort of collaboration to move this forward. I hear all of the reasons why we can't. And like I said, I recall 20 years ago when things like this were happening, the courts, there was some sort of collaboration before because people were going to facilities and getting help. And it just seems like it stopped and nobody knows why, or nobody knows how to restart the boat again. And what it's doing is it's causing more problems than just the patient that's in need of help, because those things are causing disruptions in communities and households and neighborhoods. And it's going to cost us more down the road because we won't just having one person to fix anymore. We have to rebuild households and communities. So if we can address the specific individuals in need of help, it's going to save some of that roller coaster of chaos that it creates. So I would like a plan or some sort of collaboration, you guys to, be the driver of it and say, how do we start to heal these individuals so we can start healing our communities?
Yeah, I can't think of one case where we were successfully able to do that, get support from EPS or the courts to kind of make that happen. You're right. It's like one barrier after another. We're certainly willing to support that as a cost, but all those pieces have to work together to kind of make that happen. Just anecdotally, I can't recall a case where we were able to do that. I mean, there are several cases we've all tried to support in some way or function, but I don't recall us being successful in doing that.
I remember one case where a young boy, but it was because of social services and and the seriousness of the young man's situation where he was able to be sent away. And I think he's still away actually. But I just want to say, I think we have improved greatly compared to what we used to be. And it's a lot has to do with Dr. Fox and having people that understand what our people are about. But we're dealing with a more serious, chronic situation than we ever have been in our whole lifetime. I mean, it's totally different from 10 years ago. And so we gotta look at it that way. But I agree with Danielle. We've struggled and struggled to try to figure out how do we handle these situations, but just can't seem to get our siloed people together to say, yeah, let's sit down and take this one person and walk it through a system and see how we can maybe write a policy that will help us. And we had adult protective services, and we all know who that person was, and she did very well. But then as she got older and the situation with people just in general, with everything that goes on in their lives, just gotten worse. And so, but anyway, I think we try to do what we can. So I appreciate it.
Avenue that I know when I was the Healing Court case manager over there, went to a conference last year called Rise, which was really an amazing conference. It's really good for not only Healing Court, but others, but it is specifically for Healing Courts. But they had a lot of side meetings on mental health drug court. And Tulalip actually has a mental health drug court. And I just think that that's something that as our Healing Court builds and get, like expands, I think that's definitely something that we should look at. And I know Dr. Fox is a part of the Healing Court, and I think she knows that that would be a benefit.
Good, Michelle.
I'd also like to add to the conversation, we met with Partners in Home Care, is that what they're called? Partners in Home Care, and we talked about a lot of the work that they can do in people's home, which they can do dialysis, they can do IV treatments, infusions in at people's homes. But afterwards, Jamie and I were walking out and she said, we need our own hospice home. And so I wanted to bring that up as well, is our people, if they go into hospice and they don't have a safe home to go home to, they're in Missoula or Kalispell unless they can get into Polson or Ronan. And so she had this great idea that we could utilize the rest of the space over by the retreat and create a tribal hospice care center. Now that obviously needs a lot of strategic planning, and because staffing, it's the thing, right? But what if we worked with Partners in Home Care to come up with our own tribal place, for end of life care for our own people that don't have safe homes to return to?
I think this discussion could go quite a while, so I think we'll continue it again, hopefully soon. And did you have something else?
There was, we also want to, how do give some direction on the Logan Health building. As you know, we approached council a while back, asking for approval to purchase the building. Logan Health has offered that, property, kitty corner from the, St. Joseph Hospital in Polson to us for purchase. The appraisal, I think the appraisal was 730. They asked 740. We went through an extensive investigation of the property. So we've identified, some immediate, structure needs of the property and put a cost to them. So we're asking if, how do I, we're asking where we want to proceed and make an offer on the property. We anticipate making that space crisis receiving, in the future, just because it's proximity to the hospital. So crisis receiving is another layer of behavioral health care. It's not, I'll let you explain it.
So the proposal would be to use it for crisis receiving. So these would be for individuals who may otherwise be landing in the tribal jail or walking into the hospitals or just going without services within the community. The next step after crisis receiving is crisis stabilization, which is historically what Lake House provided also across the street from this property. There's been some back and forth with the county commissioners and Western Montana Mental Health on how that Lake House building will be used. It sounds like they are still planning to open that as crisis stabilization. Crisis receiving is closer to the first 24 hours after a crisis is identified, getting somebody a safe landing spot to get a identification of what their needs are and getting them connected to those evaluations and then connected into crisis stabilization if needed. So it's a much needed step within the continuum of care, particularly for crisis intervention. And right now that is essentially happening at the tribal jail for our population.
Carol, go ahead.
What's the problem? Are we able to think about price going down?
Yeah, we're asking for, guess the approval to negotiate. We'll taking these costs into account, we'll start with a lower price. I don't know if you guys are better at that than I am, but, or if Lands maybe can help us engage in this prospect, but we don't want to pay 730 or 740 for the property because there's $100,000+ of immediate repairs that need to happen there.
Okay.
Then we'll have to remodel the space to fit.
I would like to sit at the table with you when you're there. I want to watch this.
You can offer. I say I'm not cheap, but I'm careful. So I'll start with a low fall. Is what I'll do. But we would like the approval to negotiate a price for that space. We anticipate using it for crisis receiving because it's proximity to the hospital. Law and Order is very supportive of us kind of providing that service because they end up providing a lot of that support in that first 24 hours, either that or ER. So it makes sense for us to include that in our continuum of care to do the receiving part. But
I'm not sure which individual. I've been referred a few lately. But the purpose of this facility would be to either be able to walk in themselves, have family bring them in, or have the tribal police bring them in for initial evaluation of need. So that would be, we would hope to have 24-hour services, have nursing on staff to identify medical need. If there's acute intoxication with risk, then the proximity to the hospital would be helpful because then we can get them transported to the hospital for stabilization and then re-released to our program and get mental health intervention identification, including those MHP exams, which we currently do within the tribal jail, which is problematic because we're usually doing those before we have labs for knowing what their use status is and if they can actually engage in those evaluations. And so, you know, right now, if we do an initial evaluation, they're usually then brought to the hospital, then they do the labs and they come back until we can get next step placement for them.
This gives me hope.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
it's a much needed step in this process that again, the tribal police, tribal jail are optimistic for that we can help take some of that off of their plates because right now their facilities are operating as the crisis receiving.
Do you have an estimate of what the remodel will take?
We don't have anything like that at this point. We didn't take that step until we know that we can proceed if you're supportive. If you have a good negotiator, Greg just volunteered. I see him go like this.
I would just recommend to the chair that any conversation that you want to have about the finances and the negotiating strategy of the tribe be taken off and handled in executive where you can deliberate a little bit more privately. That's the first thing that popped into my mind to reach up and step here.
Jamie, anything?
I know, I was just gonna say that this is so needed. I know that, we, this past year, sitting through the justice strategic planning meetings, because our officers are out there dealing with things and throwing people in jail that is really just a waste of resources. So I know that is really important. I'm wondering where's the funding coming from? Because I know that there are opportunities with the CTAS Justice Grant. And there was some money in the state, with GM40, I think, but anyway, where's the funding coming from?
So we did receive the Big Sky Behavioral Health Future Generations Grant. So there was some dollars included in that budget for some remodel costs. Again, third-party ARPA may be a source. We've got a balance in ARPA funds that we just have not utilized to date. I couldn't speak to the other funds. But yeah, and then we'll track and see if there's some opportunities with the rural health transformation planning grant around that. So it may fit some of those initiatives identified in that rural health transformation program budget through the state. That's the 233 million this year, 1.2 billion over the 5-year period. So there may be opportunities for us to apply for some resources through that.
To show interest, we would need to go into executive, but if you want to talk more specifically, Carol?
Maybe they could sit down with Greg and kind of figure out parameters and then bring it back. Because we could discuss this all day. I like the idea of going $100,000 more. But yeah, have them bring it back.
I don't know if you want Carol at the table.
Huh? I'll be there.
Carol and Greg can go buy it for us. We have an interest and we can put it to use.
I like doing that.
Okay.
Man, it makes me feel powerful.
Showing interest would this be okay to move forward with and figuring out the negotiations? Go ahead, Greg.
This has been an approved expenditure in the fiscal 26 budget. This does not require additional funding, but the the post-acquisition plan certainly does, and your negotiating strategy certainly should be discussed. But this is already in the 2026 acquisition budget, and it's ready to go.
From third party or from what? What?
Third party was where that acquisition was allocated in the fiscal 26 budget.
Consensus?
It's been, Mr. Chair, it's been on a table for a while, so I think we need to respond and let them know. Yeah.
Let's go out of regular into executive. Michelle's request is to approve appointment of Dr. Desiree Fox as acting tribal health director for 90 days.
I did. I will make that motion if nobody else is willing to, what I just was talking about, then just getting her in the position.
Motion by Jamie, second by Carol. All in favor? Two, three, four, Carol, 5, 6, 4, and Danielle, no. Carries.
Thank you. That's all I had today.
Rachel wanted to know if you guys wanted an update from this morning's walk-in.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
You do?
Yeah, have her come on down.
Do you want that in executive? If so, can we go back into executive then?
Go out of regular into executive. That's our agenda. Shay Hoy. Go, Greg. I think Jennifer is scheduling things for Thursday.
Yeah, we have council Tuesday and Thursday next week, and Ron is on at 1 o'clock. I got a hold of him and let him know already.
There was enough that needed to happen next week. So we will be meeting Monday, not Monday, yeah, Monday. We'll be on Tuesday, Thursday, and then quarterly Friday.
And then can you guys give me what you guys want? Or can you guys let me know what you guys want on the quarterly agenda?
Is
On
there
Monday, when you guys have chairman's meeting?
anything you want specially scheduled for quarterly? Yeah, oftentimes we have reports about something that might be a heavy issue at the time. Or honoring certain folks, if there's folks that we need to honor at the time. Anything like that, or we don't have to. The major thing I like to have is that the floor is open to the audience. So they can yell at me. Jamie asked a good question. Is everybody here next week?
Yes, we'll be back for quarterly.
I'm here.
Martin and James both,
Carol? High appointment.
Martin and James both said they'd be here. Martin and James Jr. So you guys will give me a list on after chairman's meeting for quarterly?
If there's anything else, after the chair, we can bring it up at chairman's and give it to Jen.
I think that, well, maybe we'll relate that to Jordan if he's in next week did council take action or was it just a request by council for all executive staff to be present at the quarterly?
Len said there was action, but I remember it just being a request. Know that there was actually action. We'd have to research that.
So
It should be here.
they should,
That's the
be here.
statement that came from council. They should be here, but I don't think we ever had an actual motion.
But like when Vern and it was Vern, Clayton and them, they were always here. No matter what.
I already said Shay Hoy.